Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
This is Manifest Zone live at GaryCon Ethereal. I'm one of your hosts, Kristian Serrano.
I'm Keith Baker.
I'm Wayne Chang.
And I'm Imogen Ginjo.
And in this episode, we are going to talk about how each of us got into the game design and game publishing industry. And then we're going to talk about what we would do if we had the opportunity to redesign Eberron. How would we break it? So some of you might not be familiar with who we are, or at least with one of us you might be familiar with. And I'm going to go ahead.
Right.
Imogen is the
it's
one.
definitely
Yeah.
Imogen. Yeah, before we start, I just want to say thanks everybody for tuning in, especially those who are maybe not our regular listeners. Hi, we are sort of looking at chat and trying not to, but
Some
thanks.
of us are.
And please, big Manifest Zone welcome for, well, he's this way on my screen, for Kristian, for coming back and being our special co-host today. We're
gonna give you a big hand for that.
Yes.
If you line around.
I'll keep an eye out in my inbox for that. Yeah. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I miss being on the show and I'm happy to be here. And
so
big thank you to GaryCon for having us too.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Thank you, GaryCon. Thank you, Luke. Thank you guys for writing. Thank you, Jimmy, who's our technician in the back. You're not going to see him, but he's going to do some stuff for us. And I hope you guys enjoy it. It's going to be a little bit different today for sure. And but yeah, and thank you to everybody who's been saying they want Kristian back. His voice is much better than mine on the intro.
Thank you.
Sad but true.
Thank you.
It's true. It's true. But as Kristian said, we're going to start off and do something a little bit different today. And we're going to talk about us. And we're going to talk about, and so you guys can, maybe seeing us for the first time, and we're going to have a chance to sort of listen and hear our stories. And we're going to do something controversial. We're going to talk about in my Eberron if I were to rewrite it. So what are we doing here? I think we said we're gonna start alphabetically by last name.
Yeah. So first, let's let Keith is obviously, he's the main draw here. Let's be honest. And so yeah, Keith, why don't you give us a little bit of background about how you got into design and publishing?
Well, for me, getting into design, role playing, and of course Eberron. I just sort of started playing D&D. I had my first D&D book when I was around 8 or 9. I started actually playing D&D probably in about 4th grade. And I pretty much right away just said, okay, someone has a job writing these books. Some people are like, I'm going to be a firefighter or an astronaut or whatever. I'm like, this is a job. I want that job. I'm going to write D&D books. And of course, the main question is, when I started, there were no like game design majors in college or anything like that. It wasn't entirely clear how you got that job. So I studied creative writing and history, and then actually ended up getting into the computer game industry for about 8 years, just because I sort of fell into that job and hey, it paid well. But all through that, that wasn't really what I wanted to do. And so I started freelancing for Atlas Games, Goodman Games, a number of smaller companies like that. And that's something I would just say, quick tips, is I did that through RPG.net and EN World in particular. If you go on the message boards, the publishers will do open calls. That's sort of an easy way if you're looking to work with other companies, as opposed to now self-publishing is a lot easier. But basically started freelancing, ended up quitting my computer job just in time for Wizards of the Coast to say they're looking for a new setting. And that ended up being Eberron. So that quitting my job and going freelance full time worked out a lot better than I expected it to. A lot of people don't realize that I also make board and card games. That the card game Gloom is something that I created. And I did that actually around the same time I was making Eberron. So both of those two things came out. And right now, I am half of a company called Together Studios, which first off is teamed up with KP producing our Eberron material, but also has made the Adventure Zone, Phoenix Dawn Command, Illimat, and a number of other games. So it's not easy, this isn't an easy job to do full time, but I've been lucky enough that I've been able to do it.
And real quick, your inspiration for Eberron came out of that game design or
That's
that
correct.
computer gaming.
So basically I worked for about 8 or 9 years, first couple of years just getting started. And then I worked on 2 separate MMOs, massive multiplayer online games, for about 3 years each, though that before each then got canceled in beta. And the first was a text-based conspiracy driven game that was really awesome called Crossroads. And then the second was Lost Continents, which was a pulp themed MMORPG. Sort of if you took now I'm blanking on the name. I want to say Unwritten, and that's not it at all. But Tomb Raider and
Uncharted,
all of that, and turned that into an MMO, and that's what we were working on. And it was clear it wasn't, the company was going to screw it all up, which is why I quit. But nonetheless, I've been spending 3 years watching pulp serials, sort of immersing myself in that whole pulp adventure mindset. And so when Wizards of the Coast did the fantasy setting search, I did a bunch of things that were more logical. And then as the last one, I just said, well, what if you took all that pulp and put that into D&D? And it was basically that seed combined with the idea, which has always been a personal interest of mine, of arcane magic behaves scientifically. Why doesn't it affect the world like a science? Why doesn't it evolve? Right. And so it's the combination of those two things that ended up becoming Eberron.
Nice. Very nice. Cool. All right. Well, Wayne, how about you?
So my name's Wayne, and this might be the first time anybody's seen me on camera.
And maybe the last time.
Yeah, maybe the last time. I'm gonna disappear after this.
And your voice is working too.
So yeah, my voice is working today. Anybody who's listened to Manifest Zone from the start knows that I get sore throats pretty easily. So I get the raspy voice. I had to try to match Kristian, right? So. But yeah, I mean, this is not my day job. I'm in finance actually, and so for me, the game design thing was always, when you're younger, you really, really wanted to do game design. It's really cool. You wanted to work back then. You wanted to work for EA. It's actually a Canadian company. But I got my start D&D, same as Keith, around about 8 or 9 years old, 4th grade. Dragonlance was my thing back then. That's what we played. I thought two-handed sword was 2 weapons. You really didn't know how to play back then, right? But I always remembered that, and I still have friends from back then that we still play together now. So I've always loved D&D. It's been sort of my top thing, top thing to play. And when 5th edition came around, when DM's Guild came around, it was really cool. But I never had an interest in doing that, just because at that point it wasn't part of my life other than to play and to have fun and sort of be part of the community. Helped run conventions, raised money for Extra Life, great cause. Obviously, GaryCon is doing that as well. And those were kind of things that I was interested in. But I had a chance to do a podcast. And one of the first people I actually interviewed on the podcast was actually Kristian. And we talked about Sharn specifically. We had a 3-parter on Sharn. And then Kristian was like, you know what? I haven't done a podcast for a while. Why don't we see if we can, we got one gentleman, and then it's like, Kristian's like, why don't we just message Keith and see if he'll be interested? Keith's like, yeah, sure. Let's do an Eberron podcast. So yeah, that thing, Manifest Zone, has been around for a little while now.
Yeah.
But that's how I got to know Kristian better and how I got to know Keith better. And I had the opportunity to have Keith invited to a local convention, and we talked and we chatted, and I asked him what the cause of the morning was, and he wouldn't tell me. But don't worry when you ask him, and he doesn't tell you that. But Keith and I start talking. We start collaborating.
I told Kristian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I find that not fair, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm sorry.
But yeah, we started collaborating. We talked about exploring Eberron. We talked about that at another convention that usually happens in March as well, and we started working on it. And a year and a half later, give or take, year and a half later, we had Exploring Eberron, and that's when we said, oh, we should probably put this as an imprint. So, KB Presents, if you don't know what KB stands for, it stands for Keith. Okay. But yeah, he's down this way for me. Right. So KB Presents as an imprint of Together Studios, with the stuff that he does, with his Patreon stuff. And my interest in gaming was art and was the production value. So I'm the producer for KB Presents. I'm the producer for the products. I'm not really the writer. Yeah, I have some the writing credits, but I'm really the producer, and I really wanted to see that come together. And now that we've done it once and we're working on several other books now, that's sort of been my passion project. My sort of
just a
secondary
few other
thing.
books.
Yeah, a few other books. I think there's 10 there's 10 projects on the slate right now. But that was really the fun part. And doing this podcast, I know we really do miss Kristian. We were kind of glad we didn't have cameras when we were doing it, because we were all kind of tearing up a little bit. I know Kristian was kind of.
Oh yeah,
it was hard not seeing him, and not having him. But it's such a wonder having back. But that's really my journey. I mean, I've been playing D&D for over 30 years now, and there's the good and the bad, but being part of this community, doing these kind of things, and just being able to bring some joy and some teasing and some torturous, like, oh my gosh, I want to see something, has been a lot of fun. Has just been a joy to just experience, and that's really why I got into it, is just to be part of that community.
Nice, very cool. Thank you, Wayne. How about you, Imogen?
Oh wow, where to start? I suppose I'll go all the way back. Keith and Wayne both mentioned how they got started in D&D in the first place. So for me, the first D&D thing that I owned or that I had was when I played a board game that came out. TSR released one called Dragon Strike, which was a D&D-like board game where it came with a VHS with a deliciously hammy story about an evil sorcerer. It was brilliant.
Excellent.
And then after that, we, me and a few of my friends at school at the time, we bought a second edition starter set called First Quest. And then I think 3.0 was just around the corner at that point. So we immediately jumped in to real D&D on 3.0. So I'd been at D&D a few years when Eberron came out as a teenager. And I loved it. And I got quite involved in the Eberron community that was bubbling around the old Wizards of the Coast message boards back in the early mid-noughties, which was great fun. And at that time, I was kind of doing sort of my first experiments in game design of my own. So putting out third edition monsters on a sort of a regular, here's the new Eberron monster of the week sort of a thing,
I remember
which I would post on those boards.
Yeah.
And then I started putting those on a website, very amateur, put together little thing back then. And I kind of sat on that for a while. The third edition, the fourth edition eras went by. And then when fifth edition came back, I sort of found myself in a space where I was interested in doing more content creation again. So I went back to some of, I dug out my old third edition archives and I started converting some of them into fifth edition. And at that point, sort of simultaneously, I'd been sort of putting together an Eberron Discord community, which was growing and growing, and fantastic community of folks there. And being in that kind of community really gets everyone's creative juices flowing. So then when the Wayfinder's Guide to Eberron came out for DM's Guild and the floodgates were open for all of us to put our Eberron content on the DM's Guild, it was a very exciting time to be an Eberron fan because, you could put your stuff out there in a very prominent place. So I collected together some of my Eberron monsters and I put them in a collection called the Codex Sybaris. And there are a couple of volumes of that on there now. And a few other things. I did a geometry wizard school, which shot up to platinum bestseller, which was wonderful. And then I can't remember how long after Wayfinder's Guide it was that Wayne started putting together the Across Eberron collaboration. So this was to put together a brand new 5th edition Eberron Adventure Path, which was wonderful to be a part of. And I ended up writing episode 1, 6, and about a quarter of 13 for that. And wow, yeah, that was such a cool project to be a part of, and it's done so well. All of them are at least platinums. I think all of them are gold. A couple of them are platinum bestsellers as well.
I'm only promised silver. I said, you guys will sell 100 copies. That's all I promised you guys.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's great.
So I kept going. I put out Escape from Riedra last year as well.
Yeah.
And last summer, I think it was last summer around June or July, I was invited to join the Manifestone team. So here I am.
Well, glad to have you.
Thanks.
And you've been doing a great job with it so far. So
Thank you.
I guess something we should. I guess we hadn't planned this, but I guess we'll sort of reveal that actually Imogen is actually working with us at KB Presents on the next book. Nice. So we're going to publicly say that now. Do not try to ply her for information. She is not allowed. But she is actually working with us. It's been a pleasure actually working with her on the project as well. So you'll see some of her work in the upcoming book.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to try to be quick because we're eating through the time here.
Because we can talk.
We can keep talking.
Yeah. People who can talk.
So,
go on.
Yeah, so my dabbling with design was really on the hobby side with as a lot of with Eberron for Savage Worlds, and I tinkered with D&D back in 3rd edition just with stuff I would post to the boards or whatever. Often trying to kit bash different supplements like to create new effects or whatever. But when I did get into Savage Worlds, and I remember there was one particular year at DragonCon where Keith was there, and there were like a lot of great designers who were all talking. All these panels were just about game design in different contexts, and trying to design horror or trying to design this or that or whatever. And my partner Jen and I were there, and we were like, we can do this, and then sometime after that, Pinnacle Entertainment Group, who published Savage Worlds, they opened up something similar to DM's Guild called the Adventurers Guild for Savage Worlds. And they allowed anybody to publish on that platform. There was no approval needed or anything. The cool thing about it was that Pinnacle only gets 10%, OBS gets 30%, but you get everything else, and you own the rights to all of the content. So I thought that was really cool. And so Jen and I just put out 2 little products, and we did well. And we're like, let's make a setting. Let's apply to be a licensee of Savage Worlds and make a setting. So we've been working on that for probably about a year, probably too long, quite honestly, as these things go.
Making settings, it's trivial, it's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can do it.
The work of
how many have you done, Keith? Only like 4 or 5.
Yeah. So and there is a lot of, quite honestly, there's some inspiration from Eberron, as well as things like Skyrim and Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. So we're these are things that we all love, and that exploration aspect of it, that open world exploration, and that's going to be sort of the focus of that setting. So, but yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. So with that, let's get into the topic of, if we were to redesign Eberron, what would we change or break or delete or whatever it might be? And we're gonna kind of do reverse order now.
Why don't you start us off?
Yeah. I'm gonna do that. And so
and I'm going to judge you. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
No, judge away. I'll just So I think one of the things I've always felt about Eberron was Eberron had the requirement that it had to incorporate the core rules, and the races were part of that. And across editions, those core races have changed, and over time and so on, which is fine. It's great. I love some of the newer races and so on. I think one of the things I would break about Eberron would be to make it mostly human-centric, with the exception of the new Eberron races. And I think I would go with, like, you know, having the marks being specific to humans in particular. And I've for some reason in my head, I feel like that's like, I don't know, a sort of counterbalance to these other cool, unique races in Eberron as well. And I, that changes some of the flavor of some of the things, like, gnomes who are, really, mischievous and whatnot, or not mischievous, but, scheming and plotting and information gathering.
Gnomes are all mischievous.
I think just to jump in, for a moment on that, because it's interesting, it is certainly the case that in Eberron we had to sort of work with what we had. I think the race that would lose the most to me would be the elves.
Yeah.
Because the elves are so much sort of designed around the ways in which they are not human. And, I could see a human culture that would essentially take the place of the Zill, for example. But I feel like the Arini are really, almost the Pteranodon I can almost see, but the Arini are so much about, those long lifespans and such.
I agree. That long life, I was just thinking that as you were saying that, because they have millennia across which they've studied and, developed culture and developed history and whatnot. I think you're right on that. Yeah. Maybe it's some magical humans that are elves, but not elves. I don't know. Yeah. So I have other ones, but we got, I want to give you all opportunity to chime in with your ideas too. So, Imogen, what would you break about Braun?
I think if it was me, I would want to redesign Breland. I always thought Onder, Thrain, Karnath, even Seer have very sort of obvious hooks if you're a player character. I want to be really good at magic. I'll play an Ondarian. I want to follow the Silver Flame. I'll play a Thrain. I want to be a necromancer. I want to be a warrior who respects military tactics. You join Karnath, and so on and so on and so on. And thinking about the sort of the Five Nations as the adventurer party, which is, often something Keith has talked about, that leaves kind of Breland as the rogue, or the bard, possibly, depending on, sometimes Sarah, I think, is labeled as a bard or an artificer as well. So you can play up things like humanity, the kind of in the shadows, roguishness, corruption, and things. But in a setting like Eberron, where you're often painting in shades of gray, the other nations can kind of cover that theme as well. So I wonder if it, in a brand new Eberron, if you just kind of take Zilargo and smush it up into Breland and spread out that kind of intrigue in the shadows ness into Breland. I don't know, that's not a completely developed idea, because I love Zilargo as well, and it'd be a shame to lose that for the gnomes. But I wonder if there's some kind of nugget of roguishness that we could, really push to 11 for Breland.
My thing with Zilargo, just randomly sort of noting on it, is that I always think of Zilargo as taking that step beyond. Like, to some degree, part of the point is that Zilargo, a lot of the intrigue specifically almost isn't as dangerous, or it isn't as scumbaggy as, frankly, the intrigue you do get in Breland, because the gnomes do have this sense of unity to Zilargo, this sense of, the mere fact that the trust can exist is a thing that, like, that wouldn't work in our world. It would become corrupt. It would collapse. And so I actually kind of look at Breland as the scumbaggy version of Zilargo. It just doesn't have as much secret police. But I think that's very interesting. Wayne?
Mine's pretty easy. I would take out everything in D&D is in Eberron. It is one of the things that has sort of confused everything. I love the in my Eberron idea where your Eberron is different than everybody else's, that we don't restart the ages. We move additions and we haven't restarted the date. But the thing to sort of try to add everything that's in D&D into Eberron I think is really, really difficult. And people are looking for justification for it. And sometimes we kind of fall back to like, well, Keith, what would you do? Or Kristian, what would like, I think it would have been nice to just sort of have certain things set. And if someone wants to add something in, that's part of your Eberron, but don't feel like you have to justify it, because with that sort of open book, we're trying to shove all these things in that was never accounted for. Third edition was, still, 3.5 was pretty early on when Eberron came out, and all these additional things coming in, were just made it more difficult. I think sometimes just to sort of, well, where do these sword mages go, or where does this binder go in third edition? And fourth edition was all these new things that are coming out, like where do Eladrin come from? And we've come up with great story ideas, but it has made it more difficult for people to sort of follow along. It's not as difficult as, let's say, moving 100 or 1,000 years in Forgotten Realms, but it's still, to this day, I know that people are asking questions like, what would I do with this? Because in D&D, it's this. What's it in Eberron?
So my thing,
don't try to justify it.
So my thing to that, I just have to say though, is that's the thing, is that is a statement that comes up a lot. Is that, oh, Eberron's too kitchen sinky, because everything that's in D&D is in Eberron. And my thing is, from the start, that was never the intent. The statement is, it's always misquoted. The statement is, if it exists in D&D, it has a place in Eberron. And that place 9 times out of 10 is the Morning, Zendrick, or Kyber.
Right.
And that basically the point is not it's all there. The point is, if you want it to be there, it could be. And so that's my point. When people ask me those questions, like you said, my point is, well, it's not in my Eberron. I don't have Illumians in my Eberron, and there's no reason I have to. And so that's the thing, is people should never feel they have to cram whatever the random thing is. It's simply that we've tried to add enough flexible spaces like Zendrick, like the Mournland, where people can add those things in if they choose to. Now, I will say 4th edition, I feel, did a very bad job of that. Did a sort of disservice, because it did cram in things like the Eladrin, like the Dragonborn. And to a certain degree, like 4th edition had a lot of, and they like tried to squeeze in, Lolth, for example. And sure, we said she's an overlord, but it would have been just as easy to just not mention Lolth. It doesn't need to be in there. The biggest one, obviously, is Baator, where they were just like, no, we need that in there. And the point is, we didn't. I did that version of it in Dragon, where I sort of said, look, if it has to be in there, basically I did what the statement says. I said, if I had to put Baator in Eberron, here's how I would do it. But of course, the answer is I have never used Baator in Eberron, because I don't need to. It doesn't need to be part of my world. So I completely agree. Basically, I agree with you sort of halfway, of saying, well, first off, you're not somehow betraying the setting if you don't do that, because it was never the intention of that statement to be everything has to be there. But second, it is just that point of that you shouldn't feel you have to do it. And if you do, understand that use the spaces we've given, that we tried to make it easy. But in terms of what I would do, if I was going to change things, the thing to me is, obviously, I'm pretty happy with Eberron the way it is. If I didn't like Eberron the way it is, then, it wouldn't be that way. I would say the biggest things to me, and I've talked about this some before, but one of the biggest ones, of course, is history. Is especially with Galifard, the scope of history is too long. Galifard does not need to have been to lasted for 1,000 years. And in Exploring Eberron, I've talked about that. But basically, part of what was always compelling to me about the idea of Eberron was the idea of magic evolving as a form of science. And because of that, I always wanted us to have a sense of that. How has it evolved? What were the big discoveries? Who were the innovators? And that was never something that was really there in the original setting. I've actually done a whole bunch of, and we talked, in one of our recent episodes, but I've also done a whole bunch of articles recently touching on arcane industry. And that's the whole part of me, is I would have much rather that Galifar had lasted for 300 years, but we really highlighted a bunch of really interesting things that happened in those 300 years, than saying that it lasted for 1,000 years, but nobody really, we don't really have a lot interesting that happened. So I'd have tightened the history, but really expanded the importance of it. The other thing, of course, obviously, is the maps are too big and populations are too small. But I still feel with that doesn't bother me too much, because the whole point is do what you like with it. I don't really care what the population of Sharn is. I know the city is big and crowded. And I don't really care what the actual number is, because that's all I need dramatically. Anyhow, that's what I've got.
Well, that's great. That's great. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for everybody. This wraps up our panel here. And one, thank you guys for having me back. And two, thank you to GaryCon for having us on here live. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys
thanks.
really thank you for just reaching out. We appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, we miss not being able to go in person, but hopefully next year everything's good, and maybe we'll do this live. We'll have Imogen fly several hours across
no
the
burden on you, right?
It's fine. It's not fine. It's no problem, right?
Right. All right. Well, that wraps it up, and everybody enjoy the con and stay tuned. We'll be doing Savage Eberron in a little while. So yeah,
we'll see you guys in maybe like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So
GaryCon is an annual gathering of Gygax family members, friends of my father's, and fellow game enthusiasts from all over the country and the world. And we get together to remember my father and honor him by doing what he loved best, playing games. It's a memorial convention that grew out of an event after his funeral. He passed away March 4th of 2008. We had a relatively small funeral service. Then afterwards, I thought it would be appropriate to have a gathering in the American Legion Hall in Lake Geneva, which was the site of Gen Con 2, and a lot of fond memories for me and my family. My sisters brought some pizza, and we just had tables set up and played games, and people were shaking dice and playing various games and having a good time remembering my dad. And even though it was a sad moment, just being together with all those people was really cathartic for my family. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, "Wow, Luke, this is a great idea. You should do this every year." And I think it was Jolly Blackburn said, "You can call it GaryCon," because they have a character in Knights of the Dinner Table, Gary Jackson, which is a cross between my dad, Gary Gygax, and Steve Jackson. So, and they have GaryCon, which is supposed to be like Gen Con. So I thought that was fun, and so GaryCon was born. Lake Geneva is the mecca of role-playing gaming, because that's where my father wrote Dungeons & Dragons in the house on 330 Center Street. It's not just my hometown, it's where Dungeons & Dragons was created, it's where TSR was headquartered all those years, and there's a lot of creative people who still live in that area, and so that's really important that we're there and remember the foundation of the industry as well as what my father did for it. There's a feeling of camaraderie at GaryCon that I think you don't get at a lot of other conventions. It's about having a good time. There's definitely a family feeling, having my brothers and sisters and I hosting this event. It's really great that we get to do it. And so I think that is what's special, is that you feel like you're not just a person in a crowd, you're amongst friends. So bring a friend and come and play some games with us.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
All right. Welcome to this session of Savage Eberron at GaryCon Ethereal. We are here to play a game of Eberron, not with D&D, but with Savage Worlds. If you are not familiar with Savage Worlds, then welcome to the fold, and we hope you enjoy the show. I'm gonna introduce myself, and I'll let the others introduce themselves as well. My name is Kristian Serrano. I am going to be the Prophecyr, or the GM, for this adventure. And I wrote the adaptation of Eberron to Savage Worlds. I was former co-host of Manifest Zone, and also Simply Savage and SBN News with Ron, and a whole bunch of other things. And I am now one half of a publishing company called The Immaterial Plane with Jen Sutcliffe over there. And we are Savage Worlds licensees. So that's the quick and dirty version of it. And I'll let you all go ahead and introduce yourselves as well. Imogen, let's start with you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Imogen Gingill. I'm another host of Manifest Zone. I've also been involved with publishing Eberron products on the DMs Guild. You may have seen some of my work with Across Eberron, including the Fired and Forgotten Knights Gambit and Skyfall adventures, and some independent projects like the School of Geometry on the DMs Guild as well. And I've always got more coming, I suppose. I think that about does it for me. Who wants to, or shall I introduce my character?
Yeah. Tell it. So as we do this, let's talk about the characters that you'll be playing, and just kind of, what are their characteristics and what are their abilities, just so people get a rough idea of what kind of things they're going to see.
Okay, I'm going to be playing Dela Han de Canith. She is an artificer, a member of the prestigious Han family from Canith South. She is a talented artificer, as you say. She has abilities related to sort of construction. She kind of abandoned a career in the sort of industrial side of House Canith to find herself working on her own projects, including reconstructing a warforge to name Rev, who also appears a little bit down here. So she's all about artifice magic and her mark of making, which showcases her natural talent there.
All right, Keith, tell us a little bit about who you are, why people should care about you, and your character.
The main reason people should know me is as a co-host of Manifest Zone. I haven't really done that much else. I am part of the company Together Studios. We just released the Adventure Zone, and in conjunction with KB Presents, also put out Exploring Eberron, and we are working on new cool Eberron stuff. So keep an eye on that. And you can find all of that at togetherstudios.com. That's TWO-gether. And I did this Eberron thing.
I was gonna say, didn't you win a contest like 20 years ago or something?
Yeah, that was the thing. So I did Eberron and Gloom.
You won some kind of a contest.
And there's a Gloomier Kickstarter right now.
Gloomier, yes, there is a Gloomier Kickstarter for the new standalone version of Gloom, though it is compatible with all the base Glooms. And that's the thing that's happening. I'm going to be playing Rusty, and Rusty is a gambler and a wandslinger, a scoundrel who's, toured all the worst parts of Corvair. He is a ruin-bound dwarf, which means that he's from the Murrholds and he has bonds to a couple of symbionts. He doesn't like talking about his past, but he showed up, and when he met the other Badgers, his only friends were his crawling gauntlet Lefty, who he wears on his right hand, that's true, and Spot, his little eye worm that peeks up and looks at things. Rusty does wear wear glasses. Those are not just to look cool. Most ruin-bound dwarves have some sort of mutation, and we don't really know what's under Rusty's glasses. If you look at the cover of Eberron Confidential, someone gets to find out. But other than that, Rusty is happy-go-lucky. He's always interested in taking a risk or sticking it to someone who's a little too confident, and he is a wandslinger. So he is all about taking chances, being charming, and blowing things up.
We gave Rusty the impulsive hindrance for that reason. So
I don't know if it's going to be a hindrance for him.
Yeah, it's a hindrance for everyone else.
Not a bug.
Yep.
All right. Let's. I guess next in order we'll go with Ron.
Yeah. I'm playing with my mic. I am Ron Blessing. I am a long time Savage Worlds, I guess, fan. Been playing this system since it came out in 2003. I've been working in the RPG industry, mostly on Savage Worlds with a few other projects since 2008. And I've done more podcasts than I'm going to try to list. The ones that might be associated with me looking at this group would be the two I used to do with Kristian, which would have been the Savage Bloggers Network News and the Simply Savage show. And these days, I am known for doing Savage interludes with my wife Veronica and the amazing Tracy Sizemore, and we talk about Savage Worlds, fewer mechanic discussions and more play discussions. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. I love Eberron, so good times.
And you've got a little publishing under your
Everyone
belt.
loves you.
That's right.
True.
So I have
We
published
love
a couple Savage Worlds things too. Yeah.
Yes.
For an upcoming, hopefully, setting called Fuse, which is a modern urban fantasy type of a game. I've got a product called the Warrior Adept under the Adventurers Guild. And then I also have an adventure called the Wagon Mound Incident that takes place in my version of the real Wagon Mound, New Mexico. And very cool. Go check those out on Drive Thru RPG.
Well,
Because why not?
Yeah, I mean, do it.
And as far as my character goes, I am sort of the newbie with this group, but I am playing a goblin assassin named Ban. And he is, well, you'll see how he is, but he is definitely very deadly. And he has some secrets that would not be secret if I repeated them here.
It's true.
It's true.
And yeah, he is going to be doing a lot of stabbing things, and you know, not caring about it.
Excellent.
Those are my goals.
That's. I mean, what more does anyone need, right?
Right. Casual stabbing.
Casual stabbing.
Yeah. I guess I killed him. Whatever.
Right.
Random stabbings.
Random stabbings.
Yeah.
That's right. That was
random
that was
acts of stabbing.
That was
You
actually
know.
our game group, mine and Jen's game group from a couple of years ago. Somehow
Nice.
it came up random stabbings. But so speaking of Jen, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Gentle?
All right. My name is Jen Sutcliffe, and I am a TTRPG writer. I'm the other half of the Immaterial Plane, along with Kristian. I'm also a learning designer and advocate and enthusiast for game-based learning, experiential learning, and all that good stuff. I've been playing Savage Worlds for about 4 years, and I am just super excited to be at this virtual table with you all.
Not just Savage Worlds, but Eberron.
Yes, I have played a lot of Savage Eberron in my time with Savage World, so this is
Can't imagine why that would be.
It's that good. That's
I'll give
why.
you one guess.
Sure, that's why. That's exactly why.
Yes, but yeah, I'm really into it. I'm really excited about sharing this with the larger audience. So
excellent.
So Gentle is a Kalashtar. She's a Scion martial warrior, as Kalashtar oft be. She grew up as an orphan, and she's largely outcast among other Kalashtar, but she has found some acceptance among her new adventuring party. And she has a particularly close relationship with her Corey spirit, Alishtai, who speaks to her in dreams, and it's an unusually strong bond for Kalashtar to have with their Corey spirit. And Alishtai actually led her to meet the other Badgers and gather the adventuring party. And so she's following the insight and instruction from Alishtai to play her role in the spiritual battle of controlling the wheel of the age.
Excellent. Thank you. So let's meet Dela's actual weaponry, and that is Wayne, who's playing Rev.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wayne. You might know me from probably Manifest Zone. And Keith and I do this little game stuff called KB Presents, which is an imprint of Together Studios. and we've put out Exploring Eberron so far, and a couple other small products. We're going to be offering some of those in a giveaway in the chat. So if you're in the chat and you're listening to us right now, they'll have that come up, and we're going to offer a hard copy as well coming up. And other than that, I'm a producer. I'm not the game designer. I'm the one that does all the stuff in the background while Keith gets all the accolades. I'm just kidding. But
so you're
today,
the taskmaster.
Yeah, pretty much. Today, I will be playing Rev, and you'll see this coming up in a sec. I will be playing Rev, who is a Warforged soldier, nameless soldier that was left on the battlefield. And Rev was reactivated by Della, who has been performing some strange experiments, though Rev's indebted to her because, he's alive again. But we've got a couple tricks up our sleeve. In D&D terms, Rev would be a barbarian, and in Savage Worlds, he's got a lot of cool powers. So I'm very much looking forward to playing him. And he'll be the tank of the group, standing up front, and we'll see how the design holds up on him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to promise anything as far as you guys surviving this, but we'll see how it goes. No, actually, and that brings me to another point. So there are a couple setting rules that we're putting into play for Savage Worlds, and one is that heroes never die. So you guys don't have to worry too much about that. But it will be, not fun, but heroes never die. So what that means is basically like when something happens where the hero would have typically have died, like say for example they're fighting on a precipice or whatever, the hero falls off the edge. Maybe they caught like onto some sort of outcrop or something like that. Something that they were able to get a hold of, or in Sharn, maybe a Sky Coach came by, swooped by, and they happened to just land on it in the nick of time, and those kinds of things. Very pulpy, sort of action-y type of stuff. The other setting rule we're putting into play is that some of these characters, they're not wearing armor per se. So we're using the unarmored hero setting rule. What that means is that whenever they take damage, they try to make a soak roll, they get a +2 to that soak roll. So that'll be your second line of defense, since armor is not. Is there any questions from the party, from the players so far?
I will go ahead and say that for me, this is in fact my first time playing Savage Worlds, shocking as it may be, and so I am going to be the one who will be either asking a lot of questions or needing to have things pointed out to me. But fine. If you've never played Savage Worlds, I'm here to represent you.
He's the voice of the non-savages that are out there.
But I'm excited. No. It looks like a ton of fun.
It will be. I hope it is. Anyway, we'll find out.
I think one thing we definitely should mention is that even though that some of us work in the D&D space, we have not played with these characters in D&D yet, and I don't know if we ever will.
The notes I got for these characters were so minimal. Yeah, I felt like I made up like 50%, if not more. And I'm like messaging them, like, Keith, Wayne, what are these guys?
What is this? What is
this? How does this work? Oh, it's just this.
Yeah.
But So, but the other thing I want to point out, and this is mostly for the audience, especially for all the Eberron fans that are out there, this is in my Eberron. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people like, that's not how that works, but that's okay. It's in my Eberron, and we're going to have fun, and silly things are going to happen, and we're going to have a good time, I think. So,
one piece of lore, actually, I forgot to mention. So everybody might be asking, who are the Badgers? Yes. So the Badgers is the name of this adventuring group, and it's technically how we spelled it was it's Ban, so B, Della, Gentle, and then 2 R's, so Rusty and Rev, so BDGRR. Badgers.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, and Ban has an A following it. B-A.
Yeah.
Gentle is B as well.
Della, Gentle.
Badger. There you go. Yeah.
And Gentle has an E.
Bear. Got it right there. Yep.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So,
cool. All right. So, I'm ready to start when you are. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
So, bit of prologue here. I'll throw on the podcasting voice here for this one. After the elves of Aerenal rebelled and fled from the giants of Zendrick, they were eager to expand their knowledge of the plains. But the destructive magic wielded by their former masters had disconnected Dalcor, the region of dreams, from the material plane. Unable to dream, they searched for ways to visit Dalcor without dreaming. Using powerful magic stolen from the giants, the elves achieved something none thought possible. They created a portal to Dalcor. However, they felt something dark and dangerous lurking in its center, and soon discovered malevolent creatures that fed on fear and rage. The powerful elf wizard, Alar, crafted a medallion to seal the portal and the chamber in which it now sleeps, vowing never to unlock it again. The medallion of Alar was thought to be long lost, secreted away to protect the material plane from the horrors within Dalcor. That is until the daughters of Sorakel somehow gifted the medallion to a Kalishtar monk and her fellow adventurers to aid them in their quest of finding the Orb of Dolazor. The orb is a powerful artifact the Kalishtar's quarry spirit had hidden long ago, before the quarry rebels fled by merging with the humans on the material plane, creating the first Kalishtar. Will the elves allow the Kalishtar and her adventuring companions to open the portal once more? Will the adventurers survive long enough to find the orb and return safely? Or will they be overcome by the nightmares of the quarry? So, dun dun dun.
Oh God.
Soundtrack there.
I wish I had like the text, overlay.
This is like one of those
Yeah,
you need
Jimmy, can you do that? Can you
the scroll?
We got Jimmy behind the scenes helping us out here. So, we find our heroes in Arenal and in possession of the Medallion of Alar. Their goal is to meet with the Undying Court and either obtain permission to enter the chamber and reopen the portal, or find their own way in. So you stand before there's a large stone structure in the city of Shemordai, and you had already approached the guards outside and told them who you were and what you're planning to do and why you're here. And of course, they send somebody in to go let the powers that be know. And now you find yourself standing and waiting impatiently for somebody to come see you.
It's okay, everybody. They're elves. They'll probably just have us wait for like a year or two. I mean, that's a pretty short time for them.
This is stupid. Let's go. Let's just go around.
Sounds good to me.
We don't have that much time.
Do we just go in?
I mean, like around these idiots and just get in.
I'm in.
Well, we can't just. There must be a secret way, or a disguised way, or a way that won't involve pushing our way past guards and causing a.
I got a key right here.
No, I wouldn't bother with talking to anyone. I just want to get in.
So how long have we been waiting so far?
It's been probably about 5 minutes or so.
It's been forever
for you all, especially the impulsive
Secrets of the
one.
universe are past there. We need to get in there.
But
and it's just like, I don't even know what a watch is, and I'm looking at my wrist.
Yeah, so you guys are waiting for a little while, and 5 long minutes, as Tom had just stated. Yes, it's 5 long minutes. And you wait about impatiently, just kind of eager to get in, worried about what's going to happen, and suddenly the stone doors open again, or one of there's like 2 sets of doors, and one of them just creeps open like this, like gets pushed open. Strangely, it doesn't look like there's anybody there to push it open, but somebody's just walking through. And you see not a guard, but somebody who looks like they're maybe part of the what's the word I'm looking for? Like an assistant to the court itself. What you did notice about the guards and about this individual is that their face looks completely gaunt, and there's no, almost like there's no life. But yet here they are standing, talking and interacting with you as intelligent beings. This individual approaches you slowly, says, The
just
court
like to
will
say,
see. Yeah.
don't judge people based on, you know, some people have strange skin conditions, unusual features, odd eyes. I don't judge people based on stuff like that. You be you, gaunt elf.
Keith, I'm going to give you a penny for that. There you go.
Yeah, look at me.
Excellent.
I don't judge. All of these things are ugly.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Just please follow me. And he turns and begins to walk. The guards kind of, go from a defensive position to more, just letting you pass by, kind of.
Okay, this is when we shoot them. They drop their guard. Okay, no, all right, fine. We're not doing that. I understand. We're
if
not
anybody's
doing the shooting
wondering,
away.
Keith is that guy in your game. All right, so we are
and hits him with the finger guns when we walk by.
You're escorted through the hallways, and you find yourself entering into a large circular chamber. In a semicircle arrangement, there are several thrones sitting or up against the wall, and seated in each one looks to be like an elf, really, really old elf, like really old. In fact, so old they're dead, but they're not dead. And the one in the middle speaks up, says, "Why have you come here?"
We're here to enter the realm of dreams through the
Wait.
portal you created.
Didn't we just go over this at the door?
No, I mean, why do you think you would be allowed to do what you seek?
I am Kalishtar, and this is what my Kori spirit has instructed me to do, and I will find any way to achieve this end.
So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to use something from the Savage Worlds toolkit called a social conflict.
Because Rusty's all ready to jump in on that if they seem unconvinced. So carry on.
So the way this works is we're going to do 3 rounds of you trying to justify, why you should be granted access to this portal or to this chamber where the portal resides. And the others are who's gonna lead this.
I'm happy to jump in. I mean, I generally follow Gentle's lead, but I also feel like Gentle has just given me a lot to work with. So I'm prepared to jump in, but Gentle, if you would rather start us off, up to you.
So what you can do also is you can do what's called a support roll, and that'll give bonuses to Gentle's.
She did say any means necessary.
Any means necessary.
I guess Rusty is definitely quite persuasive, and my cat is definitely trying to make life very difficult here.
So
Don't make me bring in Rusty.
I'll help with intimidation.
You'll help with. You're going to intimidate the Undying Court. That's
yeah. Yeah, so
there's a steep penalty, my friend, but yes,
whatever. He says
they've seen a lot in their thousands of years.
He's just like holding his dagger and like with the point in his other finger and kind of twisting, kind of like this,
just like.
And he says,
"Oh,
or better,
Wayne,
I probably should
represent.
Just be like, hold on, kind of like this."
Yeah,
and he says,
Wayne's got one.
There we go for the camera, and he says, "Trust me, you'd rather know we're here."
Ron, I would like to give you a Benny for that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead. So these are going to be persuasion rolls, and now if you're doing support, you can actually you can do. Ron, help me out. Is it?
I'm going to support with intimidation.
You're going to support with intimidation, right? Okay.
Right, and so you can get each person with a success or raise can add +1 or +2 to Jen's roll. The maximum total bonus that Jen can get is a +4.
That's right.
I'm just saying, I'm really good at persuasion.
Okay. Well, you can make that roll, Keith.
I would like to.
I'm like I said, I'm rolling mine.
Okay, so we got an intimidation roll from Ron. Keith's going to do persuasion roll for right, and then Jen playing Gentle is going to do the main persuasion roll for the token collection.
Yeah, I actually had a question about how my persuasion roll works because I'm Kalishtar and particularly persuasive, so I have a bonus for that, but also an outcast. But am I really an outcast among the Undying Court?
No. That applies to specifically the context of the Kalishtar of Overwatch. Oh, not Overwatch.
Overlook.
Overlook. Thank you.
Yes.
Overwatch is
So.
Okay.
So one of
when
the
we
really
cross over into Dalcor, that's
so one of the really cool things
Ready
about
Player
Savage Worlds. One of the really cool things about Savage Worlds is exploding dice. And I don't know what my negative was. However,
oh boy,
I just rolled a 19 on my D6 intimidation. So I still think I'm going to be giving Jen +2. I'm just throwing that out there.
I think so. All right. So
and now when it's important, I'm totally going to
absolutely
think.
All right, Keith, you want to do your roll?
I do. And I want Spot to be helping me, like, sort of considering people, thinking about it. So I'm boosting my persuasion. And my thing is basically saying, now look, ladies and gentle things.
Whatever you are.
Whatever you are. I understand what this is all about. You're the Undying Court. You are the spirits of the ancestors. You're spirits of light that guide your people. Gentle is guided by a spirit of light. We all know the Kalishtar are guided by spirits of light, what her spirit wants. We just assume if this celestial entity wants us to do this, it has to be for the greater good.
I'm going to give you a +1 to your roll for that.
Okay.
Well done, sir.
Let's see what we get. And I am persuasive, so I have a reroll if I need it, and I will take it. And so I have an 8.
Excellent. So that's a +2 now for Jen, or +2 +4 for Gentle. All right, so you get +4 to your roll, Gentle.
All right. So Gentle elaborates on her mission, saying, I have gone to many lengths to get this far, and you're not going to stop me at this point. This is, and I know you're really, I don't want to say old, would that be offensive?
It's true though.
Dinosaurs, withered dinosaurs.
Finely aged, important elven beings. However, what my Kori spirit speaks to me of in my dreams is bigger than me, than my companions, than the world, even than anything that has ever existed in this world, including ourselves.
Go ahead and make your roll.
All right.
So the way this works is for each success in a raise, there's going to be 3 rounds of this. For each success in a raise that she does in each round, she'll get a token. And depending on how many tokens she's able to collect throughout these rolls, will determine how helpful, if at all, the Undying Court will be.
Okay, well, I did not make that first one.
That wasn't.
Well, no, I have +4, right?
Yeah, +4. Yep.
So I got a 7.
Okay, you get 1 token so far. All right, second round.
There is a lot of talking. Not.
I'll jump in on first support, just to basically sort of build on what we've all said. Of both my colleagues have made excellent points here. Ben has pointed out that you want to know where we are. And Gentle has said, we've got to do this mission. And so the point is, we're going to do this mission. we can do it together, or we're just going to try and do it. And who knows what problems that would cause. We would like to do this in a way that we're all happy with.
Go ahead
Because
and
we're
make
going to
that
do it. That would be an 8. Assuming there's no bonus or anything.
Yep. Yeah. That's.
And I should now. I have this ability to reroll. Is it only reroll if I choose and I have to take the second result, or if I have like an 8, do I want to just keep that, or should I reroll it and see if I get a 9 or a 10?
You can always choose to reroll if you want to, and you can keep the higher of the two.
Unless you
I'll keep the 8. Yeah.
Unless you crit fail.
Unless you crit
Okay.
fail.
All right.
So if you roll a 1 on the wild die and a 1 on the trait die at the same time.
Oh, at the same time. Okay, that is very good to know.
Right.
All right. Nope.
All
So
right,
8
so-
is what I got.
Excellent. So that's +2 now. Anyone else?
Now, listen, you're all forgetting the most important thing here. And that's that I really want to get through that portal, and I'm the best one to have a look at what's in there. So I need me. I need Rev to stand in front of me. And if we do this, we can solve every problem of this Undying Court has in sitting this whole statue in this portal here. It is not going to be a problem for you anymore because we've got this. Because I've got this. It's
All right.
going to be fine.
It's going to be fine. We promise. Make that roll. Go ahead.
Get my dice ready. Here we go.
I would just say that Haggis here, my cat, is playing the role of Spot, my symbiote, and so I can only assume that he is like peeking over my shoulder and like trying to get a better look and generally being a pain.
That's right.
You can see
Spot,
that
Spot
wagging
the
tail
symbiote
is-
played by Haggis the cat.
Yes. Like, go away. Oh.
Excellent. So what was it?
Anyway, that's a 4.
A 4. All right. So that's that'll be a so now she's at +3 for that roll. Anyone else? No? All right. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
I need to like backpedal a minute because I had +4 to my previous roll from the support. I forgot to add my +2 that I just would normally
So that
get.
would
So I
actually
think
be
I
2
actually got
tokens.
2
2
tokens there.
Yep. Got it. I counted 4.
All right.
Because
Oh,
you're
that's
cool.
settled. Okay, so Gentle says, like I stated before, this is bigger than any of us. And if you help us, you could be part of something extremely important, even contributing to not only saving my people, the Kalishtar, but saving the world. And it's we need to at least investigate this and get through that portal. I mean, I know you guys have been around a long time and everybody knows about you, but if you think about it, are you guys really like that relevant anymore? I mean, you could like be really well known and everybody would be talking about you if you help us get through this portal.
We're gonna put you guys on the map.
Got a lot of pull back home.
So they've heard 2 of your arguments, and the one in the center, actually one of the ones to the right of the one in the center, speaks up and says, "What you propose is extremely dangerous. You don't know what you'll be unlocking if you open that portal."
All the more reason to go inside, right?
We don't know what we would be unlocking by not going in that portal.
Exactly.
I think.
Give me a minute.
Portals
So the way
portals are meant to be walked through.
So what that was in the social conflict, they
It is literally what portals do.
That's
You
literally
walk
what they do. They walk through, right? But in a social conflict, they can do an opposed roll, which can actually take tokens away, and they did succeed. So you lose a token in your argument. I'm sorry.
Oh.
He was just bitter you gave him those extra numbers at the end, Jen.
That's what it was. It's like, I need to fix that. No, honestly, I So we are on the third round of the social conflict. And this is where bennies might want to fly.
And do we just have a single success at this point?
A single token. Yeah.
Yes. So I rolled.
Oh, and you rolled this time. Yeah.
6 plus 4 support for 3 support.
I had +3. Yeah.
+3 support +2, so 11.
Oh,
on that
okay.
one.
That is 2 more tokens then. So
Okay.
success
So you have
raise.
3.
1 more would have been a third token. So you got 3 tokens so far.
All right.
Yeah, Ron, did you have something?
No. For the third round, I have a thing he wants to do.
Right. Well, we're in that third round. So,
Hit it.
yeah.
I like to
So-
make a tactical analysis of who actually Gentle should be talking to or directing her comments at. Who's the weak link here?
Oh, I see where you're going. All right.
Nice, Wayne.
Make a tactical analysis. So you're thinking, I'm trying to think of a good role for that.
So Warforged are not good at this persuasion things. I do have Intimidate, but he's really looking for the person who seems to be or the undead who seems to be the most swayed by her arguments so far. So he's taken a couple of rounds to just sort of analyze the room.
Yeah.
And he looks at everything as if it is an encounter, a combat encounter.
Mm-hmm. Measuring up and
measuring up. Who's the weak link that
Right.
she should be directing her comments to?
And so you're thinking intimidation would be the skill for that?
Notice, intimidation. I got battle. I'm not too sure exactly what battle does.
I
can't
think it seems
remember.
more like battle or notice. I mean, you're not trying to intimidate them. You're just trying to analyze them.
I'm just sitting there analyzing them.
Let's do notice.
Okay.
Let's do notice for that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. I've got my, my Savage Worlds, Savage Rifts wild die. I got it as part of the first Kickstarter here. All right. I got
the best wild die ever, though.
Oh yeah. 5 total.
5 total. Okay.
5 total.
That is a success. And you there seems to be one of the members of the council, the court, he seems actually interested, like the way his disposition is sort of the way he's tilting his head and listening, with great curiosity and great interest. Not necessarily the leading individual, but the one that seems to be, you think you might have his attention.
Can I follow up? Can I follow up?
Yeah. Go ahead.
And this is something that I'm willing to spend a Benny on if this is how Bennies work, because I'm still figuring this out. I understand I can spend a Benny for a reroll, but basically Rusty's argument is picking right up off of that. You don't know what you're doing, is to say, but do you know? Because how long has it been since the door was open? How do you know what even lies on the other side right now? You are trusting that the mistake of the past is still valid. Whereas if you never look, you have no idea what is on the other side. And where I'm trying to go with my Benny is to narratively say that this is what that weak link that can see that he knows that something's missing. So is that appropriate? Is that a use of a Benny?
Okay, let me think. So that could be
if not, that's okay. I can keep my Benny.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what like adding narrative elements would mean in this circumstance.
Yeah, I think in most cases, adding narrative elements might be, like, oh, the guy that
there's
you're
a
fighting.
chandelier.
There's a chandelier
there, right?
I'm playing
that kind
Ebron.
of
It's
thing.
chandelier.
Right, or you pull the rug out from under him, kind of thing. And but
as I said, if it's not appropriate, we don't have to spend it. I'm just
what I will do is I'll say go ahead and make your persuasion roll again. And if you don't like the result, go ahead and spend the Benny for it and try to, beef it up a bit.
I have a 5.
A 5.
I think
keep
that's a success, if not a great success. Are you saying I should re-roll it?
If you want to try to get a raise off of it,
why not?
You could, yeah.
Why not? All right, there we go. That's an 8.
Nice. All right. So that's going to give Gentle a +2 for this final argument. And that individual that Rev had identified also seems, you got his attention too.
So at this point, Ban says, and for the record, if you think I'm bluffing about not knowing whether or not we're here. So before this, before we were here, Ban did some research about this place and used his illicit contacts to find some alternate ways in. So Ban actually already knows some illicit ways in. He hasn't even shared it with the group yet. But he's now going to name drop 1 or 2 secret ways in that we could have used to these guys to let them know that we're giving them a kindness by being upfront about this.
Well played, sir. I'm going to get a Benny for that.
Thank you.
That's really creative. Yeah.
All right. And so, let me roll it and we'll see what happens. Let me spend a Benny on that. I got a 9 on that.
You got a 9. All right. So that'll be another +2 then.
So we're at +4.
+4 total.
Is it +4 or +5?
Well, +5, but I think Kristian said it was maximum 4.
It's maximum 4.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is unfortunate because what I was going to say, because of Keith's contribution, or I should say Rusty's contribution, that that one particular counselor speaks up as well and says they are obviously intent on entering this chamber, and they've come here with purpose. Perhaps there are some things at play that we do not understand ourselves, but perhaps the Kalishtar might know. And I was going to give a bonus for that, but it's max 4. So
no, max 4 from help.
From help.
Max
Well, that's what
totally.
it was going to be. Help. It was going to be him actually arguing for.
Yep.
That.
I just realized, because we're in the final round here, so it doesn't matter. We totally missed the argument. When I was saying my whole Kalishtar is the spirit of light, I of course forgot to make the point that the Kalishtar are from where we're trying to go.
Yes.
So maybe they know it better than the elves do.
Yes. Yeah.
But
that's definitely how that was taken. Just so you know.
Yes.
So they are. Yeah. So Gentle.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make that last persuasion roll with +4.
Yeah, so Gentle ends her argument by saying simply that she's disappointed that they are basing their decision on fear rather than on, the possibility that lies behind that portal. And the possibility of this realm becoming more perfect if they let us through.
All right, make that roll.
And Rusty could be like all hyping about that. Yeah, burn. No, okay, it's totally not. But
I was going to give you a Benny if you did.
Oh my God.
Your impulsiveness will be your downside.
Okay, so just FYI, I rolled a 20.
What?
On that.
So let's talk a little bit about
Plus
that for the audience.
the bonuses. Plus
So 26.
26.
Is that right?
You get a +2 for your.
Wow.
Yeah, I had
26.
a +2 for
Charisma.
persuasion, and
Yep.
then I got 4 support bonus points. So
26. That is.
rolled
Okay.
20, right? So it's 26.
I'm just going to pour these out.
I hit him where it hurt. Even the Undying Court can submit to ego.
They're shaking from this awesome persuasion. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, 20. So okay, so for those who are watching may not know Savage Worlds dice ace, and so in this case, was it your wild die or your trait die that aced?
This is my trait die.
Your trait die. So that's pretty cool. And what is your persuasion again? What's the die type? Or dice
D8.
size? D8. So the D8 aced 2-3 times. or so.
Twice, yeah.
Twice, yeah. So that's how cinematic Savage Worlds can be because of exploding dice.
It's
In
also
fact,
why GMs shouldn't get used to the
as
big
Gentle, right? As Gentle is making her case, there's like an explosion behind her, and she doesn't even look back. You know, it's just.
I'm just saying, like, the audience
rusty.
is rising, like the not the elves, but like the audience who's watching this as a movie. Like everyone's standing up. Yes, this is like tears are coming to people. It's,
Right,
it's
they're all like,
amazing.
At that point, everyone
claps.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
walk toward the portal in slow-mo.
I want a slow clap from the Irene just because it's literally the only kind of clap they can do. Like the Undying Court.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's right.
It's a very sinister.
They take their time, man.
Taking their sweet
It's like,
time.
it's like the sloths in Zootopia.
I was going to
They
say in
have
the
ages.
DMV in Zootopia, yeah.
They have ages to clap. And they can make their time. Right. All right. They drive really fast cars, though.
Now I have to run a scene myself of that just so I can have them just talk like the DMV.
That's great. In fact, that's how they operate, is like the DMV, from what I.
Yeah. Anyhow.
All right.
Luckily for us, not here.
Yeah. Entertaining nonetheless. But yeah, the one that was sitting in the center says, "We will need to discuss this. Please wait outside for our response." You guys are escorted outside.
We've got
Doors closed.
15 minutes.
I got 15 minutes
talking.
So
they take their
Rusty
time.
is totally like back with Ban here, being like, okay, here we are again. So do we that? I like that thing about the sarcophagus with the back route. Do we go ahead and do that? Should we?
10
that
years
sounded
later,
like a
they
cool
come
way
out
in.
from the chamber, and
They've got
it's like the
5
Ents.
minutes and we move on.
All right.
You guys are like Merry
They
and
are
Pippin.
watching the two of you.
Like Merry and Pippin.
Of course they're watching. Have you looked at me? I would watch the two of us.
Keith, there's only so many pennies I'm going to give you, man. So, just saying.
I've only had one so far.
I gave you. Did I give you another one? Give yourself another one.
Okay. I'll take it.
Take it. You're gonna take it. And you're gonna like it. All right. So after 5 minutes, because they understand that you guys are all completely impatient, they come back out.
I was like picking a lock as they came out, like
just for practice.
Ban's taking like the guy, like one of the guards, all his armor's off right now. He's like in the middle of trying to take off one of his greaves. You guys like, no one's noticed.
There's a guard standing there unwittingly naked at this point.
I just, in my mind, am also like imagining all like the elaborate heist movie ways in that like Ban did have planned. Like it's like, okay, every week at 3 p.m. they have a shipment of sarcophagi. This time, we're gonna be, Anyhow.
That would have been how it would have played out if you guys didn't win this social conflict.
If we want to go in one of those other ways, we can just tell them like, we know the weaknesses of your fortress. Like, just let us, test them out for you. And see how people might be able to break in.
Maybe we should be sharing all this for the way out, right? What if everything goes wrong and we cause a ton of offense? Then we need to get out one of the sneaky ways.
Yeah.
That's when we all jump in the sarcophagi and get shipped out next Tuesday.
Yep. I saw that in The Hobbit. It was great. Everyone down the river in a sarcophagi. It'll be awesome. Okay, but it sounded like they were actually coming out to talk to us.
They
What
are,
do we
yes. And so you're escorted back into the chamber, and said we've reached a decision in that we will allow you to enter the portal once more, or the chamber where the portal is stored. However, there's an artifact that we do not have that you will need. And you'll need to retrieve it if you don't have it. And then the one who is actually interested speaks up. There is a special medallion that acts as a key to that chamber. And it is my medallion, known as the Medallion of Valar. You will need that medallion to enter the chamber and to unlock it and to activate the portal.
So what, you like left it on your dresser and we need to go grab it?
It has been lost, and you'll need to find it.
Just two quick questions.
Yes.
Just for a quick moment. I did an occult check of 10 a little earlier, just like for what I would know about this. So Alar was the guy who opened it originally back in the day, right?
Yes.
And with an occult of 10, do I know anything more about him?
You know that he was the primary researcher on the study of planes, and he was the one who had crafted the portal and had decided that they were going to lock it and enclose it. And here he is now a member of the Undying Court, so that he can share his knowledge of, his study of the planes and whatnot.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to say anything. I mean, I know Gentle's got the amulet. I'm going to let her do the talking here, but I'm just saying Rusty is legitimately kind of impressed. I mean, it is that whole, like, we just went to some meeting of the, Inventors Guild, and the guy says, well, I am Nikola Tesla. I mean, it's kind of a cool moment is all I'm saying. So I'm just like,
yeah, this is that guy.
But I definitely look to Gentle as the,
So looking at him, basically pointing at him, what do you know of where we are going? Have you been there?
Yes, we have, briefly. It is the region of dreams, Dalcor. There, the quarry live. Although they're a great threat now to this world, they were also the ones with whom the giants, our former masters, once warred with in Zendrick.
Well, actually, I would just like to say these are not the same quarry. The giants try to war with them. I'm just saying, if you study planar history, Mr. Alar, you would know that actually there's been a transformation of Dalcor. But go on. Do your
You are correct, Master Dwarf. These are not the same quarry. These quarry are darker, more fierce, more fearsome.
Good point. Okay. I acknowledge that. Yes, you have an excellent point.
It is, in fact, dwarf splaining. Yes.
Tom, Cataret, you get a Benny in chat.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, it's these
Tom's
quarry
the man,
that
by
we
the
are
way.
trying to end their reign and usher in the age of light. So that is part of this mission, is to enter the portal, enter the realm of dreams, and retrieve something that may help with that end. So Gentle has this artifact, right? The key.
Yeah. Whether Gentle is the one who's carrying it currently is up to you all, but yes, you all have that artifact.
Gentle's carrying it.
It's decided.
Let me assure you.
Well, Gentle was
I
carrying it.
told
Rusty is
her in
carrying
a
it
dream
now.
that she might want to be the one holding on to it.
Rusty and Ben keep stealing it from each other.
Right. Testing their skills. Yeah.
So I'm thinking
Red's gonna hold
that
it over their heads.
That's why
Like,
Lefty
literally.
Lefty gives me telekinesis.
I'm thinking this could get real awkward if we just like pull it out and we're like, hey, we have this object that belongs to you.
Depends on that persuasion roll.
And
I do have to say, actually, if Gentle is hesitating, if Gentle does not say anything, Rusty is definitely going to say, well, I mean, we have the amulet of Alar.
There's that impulsive hindrance. I'll give you a
I'm
Benny
just
for that,
saying.
sir. If you do that, I will give you a Benny.
All right. Well, I do. I mean,
Unless Gentle
cast smite on Rusty.
That'll be on your hands in particular to use on Rusty, but yeah.
Well, that devolved quickly.
And that's the game. And No, so in actuality, how do you guys want to play this out? Gentle is Gentle reluctant, and if so, then is Rusty going to blurt out? You know, how do you want to play this out?
Yeah, so Gentle is reluctant because remind me who gifted it to her again?
The Daughters of Sorek.
Daughters of Sorek.
They are the rulers of Droam, the monstrous nation to the west of Brayland.
Okay.
They are
And-
the
Monster
stuff of
nation.
nightmares.
It's derogatory. They're monsters.
I will
Daughters of
say
Nightmare.
I will say, flipping back to Rusty, you know, Rusty's whole thing is A, impulsive, and B, this is Alar. This is totally his thing, and he seems to be on our side. I'm just like, yeah, you mean this amulet? Which we could roll to
I'd
see
say
if
that-
either Ben or who happens to have it on their hand at the moment. But plus, also, Rusty thinks it's really funny. It's like a great moment to be like, you will have to find
this is
the
Keith
one
saying,
ring of
it's
whatever.
not me,
You
it's my
mean this
character.
one? You know, it's hard to pass up a line like that. That only comes around once in a decade.
For the record, if Ben did have it, he probably is the one that passed it to Rusty to do this. So
I'm just saying,
I'd
because
say that Rusty probably is able to blurt that out before Gentle is able to articulate her thoughts.
All right, cool. So you blurt out that you are in possession. No, you don't necessarily have it.
it's saying and blurred out. I think
Yeah.
the point is he says you're going to need this whole, you know, incredibly
Yeah.
rare, you know, amulet, whatever. And if Ban has passed it to him, Rusty would just say, "Oh, you mean this amulet of Alar?" you know.
Taylor leans forward. Where did you get that?
We got friends in high places.
It
Joanne,
was
you
it
know.
was a
sitting on your
gift,
dresser.
and
Our
you know,
pants.
to be honest, I don't.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me do that again. Where did
This is where Dela pulls out a little timepiece,
get
watches
that?
the sand fall down. It's like, oh, come on. Tap, tap, tap.
No, continue, please. I'm sorry.
Oh
Bad
yeah, so so it was a gift, and I apologize. I didn't actually know that it belonged to someone else. So yeah, we
Honestly, we totally knew. I mean, we knew it belonged to Alar. We just thought that, you know, we didn't realize you were here. We thought, frankly, I mean, you know, we're people who kind of like die after a certain amount of time. It didn't really occur to us that you're just still here.
I was trying.
we could give it
So-
back to you after we go. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you
no.
know, I mean,
Rusty's eye worm is staring at him, going,
There's
"What are you doing?"
yeah, he's right here. He's right here.
Staring at him.
Yeah, we knew that, but they don't need to know that we knew.
I'm saying it's not like we thought we could just return it.
I feel like
mean,
we're having this conversation right in front of
Oh,
us.
of course.
that's
We
exactly
are.
what's happening.
We are.
Exactly what's happening, and they're just like,
We are, but it's just with like dirty looks and
Yeah, it's more
Right.
like
side eye.
Oh yeah, a silent conversation.
Rusty's
Yeah.
really good at side eye, like literally.
Like you guys are just sitting there going, like, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
so,
okay.
yeah.
We have it. You know, it was given to us, and at this point, you shouldn't be surprised if we pretty much do anything to get into the realm of dreams. So, you know, at least that's taken care of, right? Like, you know where it is now.
Build your requirement. Bring us to the portal.
It's so sad because we totally missed a chance, guys. We could have been like, oh, great epic quest. And he would have given us a tip and would have been like, this may take years. And then we could have like walked out and then walked right back in and been like, well, there you go. That was a hell of a quest.
It's a lot of time
Next time.
stopping and teleporting, and you know, it was just,
Yeah,
you missed it. It was awesome.
Is
Still
this
pretty good.
is this
It was
the
pretty good.
theatrics lesson you were trying to teach the other day?
Yes. Yeah.
I
Thank
see.
you.
I'll turn back to the court goes, we've fulfilled your requirement. Show us the portal.
So I love how Wayne's like playing the robot, even though there's no robots in Eberron. Okay.
He's
So,
just playing the grown up, I think.
Right.
Mm.
That's a good point.
I still have to tinker with his impulsiveness
Right.
spells.
That is the great thing about that relationship is tune in next episode and there'll be a hilarious bit where Della like tweaks, accidentally gets a piece of gum wedged in Rev's roots and he goes
Right.
completely
And the whole episode will
wacko.
be in black and white. And,
Exactly. It's gonna
yeah.
be totally zany.
And it's all yakety sax.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
I'm thinking Mandalorian right now, basically Mandalorian, and then the rest of you are Baby Yoda or Grogu
with a gun.
Crazy. All right, so he's actually, after all of that, he seems pleasantly surprised.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that, right? And says, "We will aid you. We will grant you access to the chamber and the portal to the plane of dreams." And then he gestures and he gets up himself, and they begin to escort you to the chamber. You're moving through this. I mean, this whole structure is really like a weird. It's almost like a strange stone temple, but it's very complex in terms of various rooms and whatnot. You descend down a set of stairs and steps, and there's like a hallway with like lined doorways and such. And finally, you get to a very darker portion. It's already dark here anyway because these elves, they have low light vision, and so they can just see everything just fine.
Doesn't everyone?
Right. Says the dwarf with dark vision. And so eventually though, you get to a chamber in to the right of the wall of the doorway is a circular like indentation, and it's about the same size as the medallion. And okay, I'll just tell you guys, he gestures. He says, "You'll need to place the medallion to open the chamber."
Oh, hey, Ban, you got it, right?
I don't know who has it at this point.
That's why I'm assuming Ban, because if I ever don't know.
So yeah, Ban looks left and right, and he just shrugs his shoulders and sticks it in the hole.
You see a bright light shine from the runes around the edge of the hole, and it's like kind of like in rays coming out, not blinding, but just bright. And the stone begins to grind as the doorway begins to rise up, and into the ceiling. And before
I'm just quickly saying I'm like whispering to Spot just in trouble, which is the cue to boost up my wand slinging.
Okay, great. And
at this point, Dela has just walked straight up to the portal and is watching these runes glow on this portal mechanism, just trying to figure out how it all works as the door.
So you're just like hunched over. Well,
Yeah.
just like, whoa. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's through the door. The door is interesting in its own right.
Rev will step to block the door and activate his arm blade. So
Ban
basically,
Ban looks down at Della and is like, "Do you mind? I'm right here."
So Della, give yourself a Benny for that.
Yes.
Playing to that curiosity hindrance. And so before you, so you can remove the medallion if you need to. Well, you will, because before you is a large circular like disc with just a kind of a stone backing to it, and a set of steps that lead up to it. There's a pedestal just before it, about maybe 6 feet before it, with a similar inset as you saw next to the door. Before you open that portal, there are a few things you need to know.
Okay, I'll open the portal. Oh wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on. I assume in this case, someone like Rev would actually put a hand on Rev's feet.
So as soon as he reaches up, it's
but he's
like,
we'll catch up on that in just a moment. Let's just let me open this. Oh, okay, fine.
The medallion acts as a focal point You merely need to focus your thought on it to return to the portal. You'll return from the side of the plane of dreams. You'll still need to step through it, but if you need to quickly get back here, that's how you would do it. Savage Worlds terms, what that would mean is you would make a smarts roll to try to return back to this point if need be. Once you're in the region of dreams, you'll be connected to one another, and you'll be able to feel each other's presence. By thinking of whomever it is that is also in this plane, you'll be able to relocate yourselves to their same location, whether they are in a dreamscape or in the ocean of dreams itself. There's also one more thing. If you should perish while in the plane of dreams, well, just don't.
If you die in the dream, you don't die in real life, do you?
Haha, I'm just kidding.
I'm just saying, I appreciate the advice, but I mean, at the same time, my general rule about dying is just don't. So, like, I wasn't planning on making some kind of special exception here.
I nearly always try not to die.
He says, in actuality, if you do die in the plane of dreams, just as any creature who would die here on the material plane that is extraplanar, you would be returned here instead. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So essentially,
you're saying there's no risk at all.
So then we'd be extraterrestrial.
You would be considered extraplanar because you are no longer on your home plane. You're on another plane, and thus, if you perish, you would then be reconstituted or whatever
to the terrestrial realm, where we would then be extraterrestrial.
You would be just returning
terrestrial.
Re-terrestrial is probably the word, but yeah. And so
I find it strange that no one is having an issue with being connected to Rusty. That does not seem like a good prospect.
You don't want to enter that mind.
Who knows what goes on in there? Yeah.
I could if I wanted
to. It's a cool place, folks.
So,
I'm telling you, we just redecorated.
We'll keep 2 guards here standing by in case you return and if there's any need for assistance. And I myself will be not far as well. And
good job on that whole discovering planes thing, by the way. I'm just saying, impressive work.
Thank you. So I will leave it to you. Please note, though, that if something does come back through that was not one of you, we will close this chamber, and you will not be able to escape.
Except by dying, right?
Well, if we die, then we just come back here, and then
we'll just leave you locked in here.
All right.
Okay,
it's
so
too great of a risk to allow anything coming from Delcor into here.
I'm sure that won't happen. What are the chances?
What could possibly go wrong?
Right.
Exactly.
I believe you keep saying when we do that, you are jinxing it. I don't understand. And you've now done it twice.
2 jinxes counteract each other, actually. I'm an arcane guy, trust me.
It's the principle of superposition. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So he leaves, and he leaves you to the chamber to yourselves. And there are 2 undying soldiers actually standing guard next to the portal. Actually, outside of the chamber, but there nonetheless. Yeah. Keith, did you have something you want to ask?
Oh no, I was dealing with my symbiote here.
Yeah. All right. Who does what?
Let's go in. Let's go.
Gentle seems to be speaking out loud to herself and says, "We did it. We made it through." And you all are like, "What?"
We've never seen her do that before, ever. Never happens. Never. Oh, Gentle talking to herself. Crazy.
Of Gentle just
Rusty,
speaking
you
out
speak
loud.
to yourself every 3rd minute.
Well, I'm not speaking to myself. I'm speaking to Spot.
He's talking to you all. You guys just don't listen.
Spot's like this.
Talk to Lefty.
All right. So,
Rev, I think you should go through first because I want to write down what happens to you.
oh my God. Wow.
Understood.
Take a Benny.
Again, Rev activates his weapons and I
His
think we have
one
to
eye
activate the portal.
glows. You know.
Stay
One
right
eye
behind him.
glows.
Can I like ride on your back? Can we do that piggyback thing?
If you would prefer.
Just because I like being able to lean over his shoulder.
So who's going to activate the portal?
Gentle will.
Me.
And she's like gonna activate the portal and then put the key back, in her deepest, most inaccessible pocket.
So Ben, if I could borrow that key for a moment.
It's like a stone-shaped pocket, and nothing can get into it.
Actually, Ben's like, it's in your pocket. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so the as you set the medallion into the pedestal, the ring or to the portal begins to, all the runes begin to just glow again, similar to the door, and the stone wall suddenly looks like it just turns to liquid, like a shimmering liquid, and you can, that's what you see before you at this point.
It's not bad. I saw something like that in a Galanda casino. I mean, it's a nice effect. I appreciate it. They're really not sparing any expense here.
Rev's gonna take a moment, make sure everybody's around, and then walk through.
I'm sticking with Rev.
And that's Rusty's on Rev's back, if I recall.
Yep.
All right, so Rusty and Rev.
We're trying that. We're seeing if it works.
Through. Yeah, you both step through, and you feel like this cold energy as you push your hand through and step through the whole thing. When I'm gonna wait to describe what you see on the other side. The rest of you see that happen, and you don't know what happened to them necessarily.
You see us torn cell from cell, and you hear our agonizing screams, and suddenly Keith and Wayne just get disconnected.
I would think that Alishai is somewhat prepped Gentle for stepping through the portal. Is there anything that she would have relayed to her about what to expect?
The quarry that reside in this realm have the ability to sense the presence of any who enter. They also have the ability to appear, to teleport essentially to any point within this plane, across any distance. They'll know we're here. They'll sense us. So we'll need to be careful and we'll need to be fast.
Okay, so Gentle, just make sure that, I guess Rusty and Rev are ahead of us, but she just warns Dela and Ban standing with her that of this, basically we're being watched at all times and very vulnerable.
Okay.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean there's nothing to worry about.
We're always being watched at all times. Duh.
Just a good base level assumption.
All right, so who's stepping through next?
I'll go next. I need to see what happens just in case Rev has some rapid disassembly issues.
That's true. You need to check those results.
Exactly.
That's right. We got to take notes. There's a lot of research going on here. It's like a walking research project.
Exactly.
I like that Rev is striding through with his arm blade out. Rusty is like on his back, like getting ready with the wand, and Dale's come through with like a notebook, just being like.
Yeah. Well, there's three things happening because it's like a stack. First of all, because you got the Rev, and then Rusty, and then the eye thing.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Right. And then
Spot is looking over my shoulder.
And then you have, Dela, who's just thinking nothing of it and just taking notes and just like, this is normal. So, all right. So Dela, you step through to the portal, and same thing. You feel that cold energy, and you do feel like a bit of a pull as well. And then you end up going completely through the portal itself. Left standing at the portal are Ban and Gentle.
All right. I walk through as well.
Okay,
Same
Ben,
thing.
this is your chance to just close the door and walk away.
It's very valuable.
Ben contemplates just going home. But then he's like, well, in for a silver. And he walks in.
All right, same thing. You step through, cold energy. You see the rest of the group standing there. Right behind you is the portal, and they're all just kind of like looking around, like just in this vast, dark void that just seems to expand in all directions. With the exception of the fact that there are these weird, strange orbs kind of floating around, all throughout in all directions, behind you, in front of you, below you, above you. And as one passes by in front of you, you see what looks like a scene of some sort, like some sort of, play or a set or something, just within it, and it just kind of drifts by. And Gentle, you know that what these are little dreamscapes from all the people who are dreaming on Corvair and across Eberron.
And we can go into a dream, right? Like kind of.
Maybe.
Okay, so, boss, what are we
I'm
looking
game.
for?
I'm gonna try.
Like, where are we supposed to go?
What?
Like, are we supposed to be going somewhere like fast?
Like, I'm curious, so I'm just gonna, poke at whatever and see what happens next.
Oh no.
Please don't.
You must have known this
Gentle.
would happen.
Too late.
Gentle, we've arrived. Where
I get
are
a
we
Betty
going?
for that, so I'm doing it.
Just as that happens, you see Ban, or Ban's sitting there, and he just like one kind of drifts lower to him, and he taps it, and just as he does, his entire being just sort of like gets sucked right into it.
So do I get a Benny?
You get a Benny, sir.
Good.
Indeed.
Okay.
Oh,
so
well.
What has
he'll
happened?
he'll probably be back or probably not.
Jen, give yourself a Benny.
What are we supposed to be doing?
So Alishtai hears, she can kind of, she's aware, and she tells you, Gentle, of course the others can't hear this, the easiest way to find this relic is going to be to hop through different spheres, different dreamscapes, and there is a trajectory that I can lead you through to get there. She struggles with being able to articulate how this path works because it's sort of like a concept rather than an actual sense of direction. Like, we're used to maps and, direction, cardinal directions and so on. But for her, it's like the idea. And that's how she's going to help you guys navigate.
Rev's going to turn to the rest of the group. Wait here. I'm going to go retrieve him, as always. And I'm going to walk into the sphere after Ben.
And I would just note that Rusty's seeming
Splitting
not to
party.
worry about it is purely based on he has absolute confidence that Ben can take care of. He's just like, all right, Ben will be back. But he also trusts that Rev will take care of him. But I'm just saying it is not that Rusty doesn't care about Ben. It's that he's just like, he's got this.
Yeah, he's fairly, he thinks he's fairly confident that Ban's going to be okay. That's a really bad assumption, but okay.
I know. I'm just.
This is part of Rev's thing. Is
right.
he's the adult, so he's gonna go retrieve the kids. Wait here.
And yet it's probably the youngest one.
That's
ironically.
true. That is true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Well, I actually do know where we should be going. Does anyone want to come with me? We do need to go into dreams, but I don't think it was that one.
Should we wait like just a moment? Like, can you plot our course while we wait and see if they come out?
They've got 15 minutes.
Because otherwise, I mean, I'll stick with you. I just figured, like, let's give them
5 long minutes.
That's true. 5 minutes.
It's
is
even
eternity.
longer in Belcour, isn't it? Like,
I
yeah.
So actually, I will say, I mean, again, Rev knows occult. Rusty knows occult. for all that I'm a little bit of a goofball, I will basically, be saying like, okay, Gentle, explain this concept to me. Like, what did it, what do you mean? And basically just be trying to actually talk through which of these do we need to go? Like, how are we identifying our proper path? So what do you know? Actually trying to be sensible about this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Should I do a occult check or?
So you're trying to determine what you know or what Gentle knows?
What I'm trying to do is to talk to Gentle.
Yes.
Sort of presuming Gentle is willing to talk about what they saw to sort of make sense. Just talk through it, like as another person who understands these concepts.
Oh, I see.
To talk it out a little and see if we can figure out where to go. Really, I guess ultimately I'm just trying to assist her. I'm just like, hey, I get magic stuff. Can we talk where do we go next?
Yeah, go ahead and make your occult roll, and Gentle, if you or nothing?
Explosion.
Oh, okay.
9.
Like, oh no.
No, it was a good
a good yelp.
Good explosion.
Yeah,
right.
9.
All right. So you got a 9, you said?
Yep.
All right, so that would be a raise. And then all right, yeah, you have you're like whatever she's gonna explain, you're gonna get. Or depending on whether she's able to explain it well enough. We'll see how that roll goes. Let's do.
As I said, mainly I'm just sort of trying to work through it with her and basically provide a helpful sounding board.
Let's do a let's just for argument's sake, let's just say a Silex roll for Gentle, and I'm gonna give you a bonus because of the actually no, you're gonna get a free re-roll if you need it because of your dual mind ability.
Right.
And this is just to kind of like make sure you understand what Alishtai is trying to communicate to you, and be able to convey it to Rusty.
Gotcha.
I know I'm probably annoying everybody because I'm clicking my bennies together, but
That's
what I like
half the fun of bennies.
and what I like is that they are a little stack of coins is what I'm using, and as like the wand slinger, I'm like it totally makes sense that I'm just like
wand slinger. Yeah,
got my little.
They're like built-in
Chips
digit
are
items.
in.
Yep.
That roll sucked. So, but you said I get a free reroll.
You get a free reroll because you're dual mind. Yes. Mm-hmm.
11.
Nicely done. So Alishtai conveys to you that the way this is going to work is basically she's going to tell you guys to jump, and you're going to jump, and that's the way that she's going to guide you through this.
I'm glad we really thought this through and carefully analyzed it.
But the idea being that again, it's more like intuiting the path to the across these dreamscapes to get to the location in this strange vast ocean of dreams of where she hid this item. But time is ticking, and we do need to move fast before the quarry start appearing.
Well, it's okay. It's only taken us 80 minutes to actually get to the point where we're about to do the first step of the thing that we're going to do. I mean, we're good at managing time.
Good at managing
what I'm
time.
saying.
Yep. So let me jump real quick to Rev and Ben. Sorry.
Let me guess. Knee deep in spaghetti.
Knee deep in spaghetti.
And you forgot your pants.
Jeez, man. And you have a test that you didn't study for.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's really weird. So you guys are in this weird dream. It looks like an open field of like, just grain, and there seems to be an individual standing in the middle of it, talking to somebody that you can't see. And yeah, you're not sure that you're really supposed to be here, but you are. Now remember also there's that little tip about.
I think I chose poorly.
Yeah, there's that little tip about being connected to each other and sensing presence, and that you can, if you need to teleport, or you can.
Yeah.
I can see now that what's going to happen is that Bam will just immediately be like, oops, came to the wrong place, teleport back, and then Rev is going to like wander for 10 years, like just looking for Bam in this.
At least until this dream ends, right? You know.
That is an
Actually,
advantage.
when Rev pops in, I'm gonna be like, "What are you doing here? You're gonna get lost. Let's get back."
This dream is boring. Is this what you do when you sleep?
No.
All right, you guys make your
That's
smarts
true.
rolls.
It really is not, in fact.
If you want to make your smarts rolls to pop back to your party, you can do it now.
Yeah, let's see if we can do that.
Pretty sure I have a D60 in smarts. That's a Savage Worlds
D60,
thing,
yeah.
right?
That sounds right. You rolled a 1. No. 4. All right. Yep. Boop. Rev disappears. And for the rest of you that were in the ocean of Ocean of Dreams.
I spend a second Benny now. Hold on, 2 so far.
2 bennies on this? Man.
Well, of course, now. Yeah, now I get a 15.
I was about to say you get a critical failure.
I rolled a 3 twice, and then I get a 15. So I spent 2 bennies on that.
All right, 2 bennies.
Well, you got 1 Benny for going.
That's
so,
true.
you know, I mean, it's not a great exchange, but, you know, I mean.
You got to go into someone's random dream. So
It's true.
that's cool.
It's kind of like spying on people. It's weird. It's creepy. Anyway,
No way.
you pop out, bloop, and then so the rest of you see Rev, bloom, appear right next to you, and then again, bloom, here comes Ban appearing.
Dreams
give
are
Dan a fist
boring.
bump.
Where are we going?
Boring? All right. I figured.
Boring.
Not all.
So now we
dreams
try and
are
find a
boring.
more interesting dream.
You Gentle, you get a sudden sense of like urgency coming from Alishtai, and there's a bubble coming by. And she says, "This one."
All right, let's go. It says jump.
Jump.
We jump.
All right, you all
Yeah.
tap the bubble.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like totally jumping. I don't
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go. She said jump.
Gotta do it with
jump.
style. Somersault
Yeah.
later.
And you feel yourselves all being pulled in one at a time, and suddenly you're sitting in a lightning rail car, lounge car, and there's a single single House Orion guard. She's standing there, and she looks a little frightened, but she's not looking at you guys. And there's nobody else in the car at the moment.
Is this first class? I never get to ride first class. That's always been a dream of mine.
And
Maybe this is my dream.
I didn't bring a ticket.
Yeah. So
Hey, what's she looking at
Tickets
that she's
before,
frightened by?
So I'm usually in cargo.
So she's standing there. She's looking, and you know, you're kind of looking around, trying to figure out what she's frightened by. She's not really looking at anything in particular. It seems more like this, just like an anxiety, and you know, so like kind of aimless and directionless in a weird way. Like it's more of situational fear, maybe, rather than a thing or anything to that effect. Just as you guys are looking around, and as each of you turns your head back forward, you see someone standing in front of you, and but all you see is this white ceramic mask that's expressionless, and the entire body is covered in like black wraps, kind of from head to toe, shoulders to fingertips, right? And they don't move and they don't say anything. And correct me if I'm wrong, we are at 90 minutes in.
Yeah, that's where we're gonna. So we're gonna pause right there
for a break.
Yeah, so
All
let's
right.
pause there. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and when we get back, we'll see what this is all about.
Stay tuned, folks.
The
scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth, casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the great dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
it like the assassin.
With a face like a cherubim, no need to roll twice. I'm using all the dice, custom towers, and when that wizard multi-class, with spell power sharp as glass, I'm burning slots like I'm throwing cash. Didn't excavate the room when I cast it, fell a doom. 'Cause this is how I roll my hits. Critical, better have a D20 if you're trying to join my party. 'Cause this is how I roll my hits. Critical, better have a D20 if you're trying to join my party.
It's Gabby on the beat. It doesn't take dark vision to see how much you need me. I'm the tank, and you know I got the flurry of blows. If you're trying to go home with AC so high, my divine smite will keep you up all night. Watch as my frenzied rage flattens your mage. Don't start stepping, or I'll use my breath weapon.
'Cause this is how I roll my hits. Critical, better have a D20 if you're trying to join my party. 'Cause this is how I roll my hits. Critical, better have a D20 if you're trying to join my party.
Welcome back. Now we are here to see what is up with these strange weirdos with these masks standing before our heroes. Unmoving, unflinching.
I'll take a shot at one.
You're gonna zap one with your wand?
I sure am.
All right, let's get into combat.
It's maybe stupid, but let's face it, we're on a train. He looks creepy. It's nightmares. I'm gonna go ahead and
And we haven't
make
gotten
an
to fight
assumption.
anything yet, so let's do it.
That's the whole point of it. So all right,
Impulsive is what I'm saying.
So for those who don't know Savage Worlds, we don't roll d20s for initiative. What we do is we draw cards. Now you know that card is there, so I have to shuffle it. But yeah, so we draw cards for initiative, and each character gets to go on whatever card they want. It goes by order by number, and then if there's a tie on the number, it goes by suit. One of the cool things about this is that there's never really any ties. Any character can wish to, sorry, there's a bit of noise back there.
Yeah.
Any character can spend a penny to get a different card that they want, and they can also go on hold if they need to, and act or even try to interrupt if they desire. So let's go ahead and deal out initiative, shall we? All right, we're gonna start with Imogen. You got a 10 of diamonds.
Pretty good.
Keith, or I should use character names here, right? All right, so Rusty is gonna act on the 5 of clubs.
Now, did I get a Benny for being impulsive? And if I did, can I use that to get a different card?
Yes and yes.
Okay, then let's do that.
All right. So you then get a 7 of diamonds.
All right.
So we'll go to Wayne next, or Rev. You get a 7 of spades. So spades will come before diamonds. It goes reverse alphabetical. Queen of diamonds. A lot of diamonds coming up. Queen of diamonds for Ban. And then last but certainly not least is an 8 of clubs for Gentle.
So just so I make sure I understand,
Yes.
I took the first action and I'm actually the slowest person in the entire group.
You know what? Actually, Ron, what do you think? Should that be a surprise round?
I don't know.
I wouldn't think I would be surprised, but like he takes the action and then after that,
Let's do that.
He goes
Let's
into
have the
initiative.
action, and then we'll use this initiative draw.
That works for me.
Let's
I like
do
it.
that. And so when they go, they're going to go on the king of clubs.
Okay.
So,
but
fire off,
surprise.
yeah,
Surprise.
fire off your attack there.
So it's just one guy, right? So I'm going ahead and use a bolt. I will spend the extra power points to increase the damage. So I'm spending 3 power points. with a 10 that works. And let's go.
So this is basically your adjacent, and so instead of the target number 4, it's going to be against their parry with the wand.
And can I now, like, how adjacent are we? Because, like, can I, like, take a step back here or anything? I mean, I'm not like
yeah
right up
so,
next to him, or am I just like we're in a room?
Yeah, the really creepy thing about all this is that they literally appeared like 5 foot 1 inch square, right in front of you, just out of thin air. You can step back or move your distance or whatever. However, they will get a free attack.
Okay, well then I will not. I'm just like bank. And in that case, I could do a comb, but there's still only one of them, right? But I can do it. So what are the limitations on doing a second action?
So real quick, you said there was just one of them. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Is there more than one of them?
Yeah, there's one in front of each of you. And the other thing, I should have said this, they are all approximately your own size and form, like build or form, but they're
but they're still creepy. So this might be a terrible mistake, but let's see what happens to me here. But tell me about the whole taking a second action difficulty.
Yeah. So if you want to do 2 actions in the same round, you can do up to 3 if you want. If you want to do 2, though, it's going to be -2 per action. And so whatever you do on that turn for each action is going to be -2.
And do I have to decide that like now, or can I take one action and then take it? Oh, but I have to decide it now because it'll affect the difficulty of all the actions in the round, I assume.
Exactly. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna take a chance on the just going with the basic attack. So,
all right.
Okay, and that would be an 8.
An 8. So that's with the wand slinging.
Yes.
All right, and then that would be against 5. So that is a success. Go ahead and roll the damage for that.
All right.
You whip your wand around and then just like fire off a quick. What does your bolt look like? What is that attack?
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't actually say. I mean, basically, so you said he just sort of appears in front of me. I'm sort of just drawing and essentially just barely even having enough room to see what the bolt looks like. I think it's just sort of swirling red energy.
Yeah. All right. Great. Just raw arcane swirling energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be do damage dice ace or not?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they do. And you can spend bennies to reroll your damage dice.
Okay. Well, so far I've had two aces here. So, wow, 3.
Nice.
Hang on. Okay. So that is 18, 22, 32.
Whoa. All right.
Hopefully he's not like psychically linked to me because I may have just vaporized myself, everybody.
No. And in fact, what you see as soon as your bolt hits and it just shreds all the clothing and everything around it, or so it seems, and his flesh and everything. But what's actually happening is suddenly it erupts and you see it changing shape into the form of this weird, large, monstrous creature that has all of these eyes, small little claws on the front of its body, and 2 large pincers, and a tail with a stinger. You might have heard of these guys.
Yeah, kind of.
Mm-hmm. And but just as that happens, you got the little mini there. And just as that happens, that same energy just tears it apart, and it just dissipates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next is
and I'm just I will just add as just a dude, do not sneak up on me, dude.
Is there music back there? Is it okay? Yeah, I think your mic's picking up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little sort of grainy actually.
I think it might be doing more harm than good, man.
I agree.
All right, so we are now on initiative, and they get to go with that king of clubs, unfortunately. Before each of you, one of these things, like they also suddenly sort of rip out of that that are those wraps, and they all transform into that same creature. Do you have that mini in front of you?
See, unfortunately, I thought I did,
Oh,
but
okay.
because it's
Do you
such
have
a
it?
great mini.
Yeah.
But it seems to. I have my Warforged Titan around here, but
Yeah, that's another
basically, what this
Warforged
tells
Titan.
us is that a cat has run off with it.
Yeah, likely, very likely. So, what these are essentially, if anybody wants to Google the artwork for this is a Sakura Kori, and there's several of these appearing right in front of each of you. So, they all attack, and the first one
There we are.
There it is. It is not.
Ew.
That's actually what Alishtai's Kori spirit looks like too.
Yeah, but she's a nice one.
She's
She's
a
got
nice one.
cute eyes.
Right. Her eyes, like, they're big and they.
She's
they
a
have, like, long
furry
lashes.
lobster.
Yeah, they have their long luscious lashes.
Right. They each just like swipe at you with their giant pincers. And let's see how that fares. I'm going to do a group roll. So in Savage Rolls, the way group rolls work is instead of rolling for each and every single creature, I'm going to roll 2d6, which kind of averages all out. And then that'll be the result for everybody, so to speak. So, right, Ron? That's how group rolls work, kind of. You're like, I don't care, you're the GM, you do you. Great. Oh,
I'm not adjudicating the adjudicator.
Please, I don't mind. All right. They all miss. You all happen to just be able to sort of like, deflect or move out of the way to avoid the blows and such. And so that's their turn. Next we have, let's see, it was Imogen, Keith.
This guy's turn.
Wayne, Jen's
Ban
turn.
is up.
Ban's on Queen.
Ban's on Queen. That's right. You're right. I'm sorry. Where does this
Yeah.
one come from?
It's all good. So you guys didn't even see I had a dagger in my hand, but Ban just like plunges forward and is going to attempt to sink his dagger into one of these ugly things.
All right, go for it.
So, no, he's not terrible at this. All right, so that's a 6. Based on how these look, I'm going to assume I can hit with a 6.
You can hit with a 6.
Good.
Be right back, since I just went and I'm at the bottom of the order.
All right. So I hit, and now I'm going to deal some damage. And the way that works basically is I'm going to roll my strength die and the damage code, which is the D4 for the dagger. So D6 plus a D4. I'm going to add those together, and those dice can ace 2, like that D4 just did.
Nice.
So that's going to be 10 damage.
10 damage. It is shaken, my friend.
He's all shook up.
He's all shook up.
Uh-huh.
All right. I should probably write this down.
Your call, or on our next turn, just ask us what we did the last turn, and we'll tell you.
Right. Just tell me what I'm doing here.
I killed mine last turn. Yeah.
You killed right. Okay, so who was next? We had. I think I have these out of order.
Della on 10.
Was it Della on 10?
Della on 10.
Della is on 10. Correct. What did you have, Wayne?
I was going on 7 right before Rusty.
7 of spades, right? That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gentle's on 8.
Gentle's on 8 and Keith's on 7 of diamonds. All right, great. Yeah. 10.
Okay. So Della does what she knows how to do best, and that's steps behind Rev and sort of plants her hand onto his back and finds a few arcane glyphs that she planted there earlier and casts boost trait.
Yes.
So she's going to try and boost Rev's fighting ability or strength.
Yep, fighting.
So
either one, honestly, you can, whichever you want. His strength will influence any damage he does. Fighting will influence the actual attack itself. So your choice.
let's do fighting because we want to hit, don't we? Okay, so
So real quick, stepping away from the one that was in front of you, it gets to swing at you.
oh, go on then, bring it
Yeah.
on.
Bring it on. All right. So it misses you as you deftly maneuver out of harm's way.
Nothing's powerful enough to get past the badges. Okay, so I roll that and that. So I get a 5.
That hits. Oh wait, no,
So
you're that's your arcane.
this
skill
is
roll.
boost
I'm sorry.
trace,
Yep,
boost
yep.
rate, right? So that
Yeah,
should increase.
So that's a success. And yeah, one die type. So what was your fighting, Rev?
D10.
So it's D12 now. Good job. So you are now behind Rev with your hand on some particular sigils on his back, and you see like the wooden or the wooden fibers underneath just sort of like flex and just.
I see like the arcane equivalent of a sonic screwdriver in Della's hand. Just
Absolutely.
Yep, totally.
Just call that a wand.
Adjustments.
No,
this is a wand.
Sonic screwdriver, Keith.
This is a careful tool of arcane science, not some blasting rod.
Right.
Don't tell me about Eberron. I know Eberron, Keith.
The whole it's Keith splaining is what we're going to do.
Yeah, there you go.
Designer
actually,
designer splaining.
All right, so that was Dela. Anything else, Dela? I guess that's it, right?
Nope,
Moving
that's good.
and casting, yeah. And then next we have the 8 of clubs. And that was, I believe,
Gentle.
That's me. So if I can, I'm going to make a psionics roll to stun, ideally more than one of these things. So I wanted to cast an area of effect without it, affecting any of my allies.
Oh, yes. Right. So you're using the generic power modifier for selective.
Yes.
If I recall correctly. And that is going to cost you 1 additional power point. So what this is doing for those who are watching, Savage Worlds has a handful of generic modifiers for powers, and in this case, you can activate a power with a area of effect of whatever template, but you can select which targets are actually going to be influenced. So, and that's what's happening here.
Okay. Since we're doing theater of the mind, I was gonna go for a large blast template. And so you can, if I'm successful, you can tell me how many that knocks out.
I think you can manage to get all of them. Yeah. It's a train car. It's not a lot of room to
6.
You rolled
it's
a 6?
Opposed vigor, right?
Opposed vigor for the stun?
Yes.
I believe so. All right. So again, I'm going to do a group roll for this just to simplify things. And let me double check this. And it would have been -2 if you had a raise, correct? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Do you want to Benny that to apply a -2? Don't feel obligated.
We're nearing the last hour, so
yeah. All right.
I can always get more bennies.
All right, cool. So let's see what happens. It's an opposed roll. You rolled a what again?
Well, I'm re-rolling. I'm gonna spend.
Oh, you're re-rolling. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay, that was a 16. Or 14.
Yeah, they failed miserably. They're all stunned. And
awesome. So the basically it looks like kind of like ripples in the air that almost have like a little bit of light reflecting off them, kind of like a mirage almost. And those ripples go right right under them and knock them on their feet, on their backs.
So stunned, what that means is that they are distracted. They're also vulnerable. Distracted means that they're going to get -2 penalties to their rolls. Vulnerable means that you get +2 to any trait rolls against them. They fall prone, and they can't move or take any actions, and they don't count toward any sort of gang up bonus. So good job.
So ha.
All right. So that was anything else before we move on?
No, that's it for now, I suppose.
All right. Good move. Good move. Next we have Rev.
So I said I'd put it on during combat. So
all right.
How many can I reach? They're all stunned. They're all kind of prone right now.
There is there's one directly in front of you.
Yeah.
On
and the rest?
The rest are
I sort of get to a position where I can hit a bunch of them.
You could probably move. Yeah, you can move. You can move in a position where you can hit 2 of them, I'll say.
Okay.
Yep.
Well then, because I haven't used this ability and I don't know how it works, we're gonna go with Berserk. So overdrive mode.
Excellent.
There we go.
Can you see your dice?
Right,
That's excellent.
Hey, cosplay, right? And in Berserk mode, I'm going to make wild attacks. So I'm going to make, I'm going to basically do 2 attacks. One sweep, and then make a second attack at the one who swung at Della.
All right.
And I may not be able to see this dice, just so you know, I can barely see anything.
But you cannot see the dice in style.
Yeah.
Right. You look damn good not
10.
seeing them.
That is 10 on the first one, on the sweep. There's a 9. Did that explode? Nope. So 10 and a 9 on the sweep.
10 and a 9.
Yeah.
Okay, so so that's 10 is against one target, 9 is against the other target, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so for the 10, go ahead and roll damage with an additional d6. You got a raise on that attack, so you get to...
So additional d6 with the raise, so my strength goes up by 1 die with Berserk. And so that's...
So wait, so you had your strength. Right.
Yeah, my strength goes up 1 die, type, and then it's a d8 and a d6 with the raise. That is not a really good roll, but that is 13.
You sweep right through it was that with the arm blade or with the mace?
Yeah, with the arm blade. So basically
the arm blade. Yeah, the arm blade just cuts right through it and it just dissipates as you kill it.
And
the other one?
9.
Yeah. So also with an extra d6 on the damage.
Do I get any bonuses because he's like stunned or prone or anything?
You got you got +2 to your attacks. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, the first one would have been a 12, and the second one would have been a...
That's fine. You only get the benefit of 1 raise on the attack roll. So, yeah.
So with the raise, d12, d6, and d8. And again, I can't really see. Wow, that's 14.
Yeesh. All right. Yeah, that one just dissipates.
And
it's gone.
I'm using 2-weapon fighting, so I'm going to take one more attack. Like I'm going to move up to another one. I'm going to take another attack with fighting skill with the mace and slam it down on another one. And I get a +2 to this roll.
It's also vulnerable. Yes.
All right, vulnerable. So that is 13 total.
That's 13.
Yep.
That one. It is. You know what? We will say that that's the one that Ben had shaken earlier.
Okay.
And so it takes that wound and so it already being shaken, just for people who are watching, shaken again from an attack. It now takes a wound, and these are extras. So with one wound, it disappears.
Della sees Rev tear apart 2 of these spirits, and she's like, I
We
brought
just
that
did 3,
Warforged.
right?
3, yeah, 3 of them.
Yeah, and
she's like
basically I will
tearing up.
sort of-
So proud.
That's my boy.
I'll sort of position myself between the last one. That's because the last one and Della, and I'm done.
Yeah, so I think the last one will be the one that we'll say that Keith was engaged with.
I destroyed the one I was engaged
Oh,
with.
yeah, that's right. You did. So it will be the one. Which one was it then? It was the one that's in front of Gentle then, I guess. Right? It would be that one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And so Gentle and okay, so we're on Keith's turn. Go ahead, Rusty.
I'm just gonna walk over to Ben and just be like, "You okay, man? Everything good? Just check in and like just sort of shoot the Gentles one like over my shoulder."
You get a Benny for style for that. Too.
All right. And in fact, what I'm gonna do is do the extra damage just in case, and then I will burn the Benny I just got to get 5 power points back. So
All
I'm
right,
gonna
sounds good.
churn back a little power, and let's see how that goes.
You need to poke out one of the eyes.
Okay,
Wayne.
that.
Oh, I was telling Wayne he needs to poke out one of the eyes.
Yeah, that is a 9.
Nice.
And
Right,
if
so
I
get an
rolled-
extra D6 on the damage.
Okay. And that extra D6 is the one that exploded. So that is 17. Not quite as much as last time, but still.
Dang. Just dissipates with that blast.
Like
All
I
right.
say, casual, over the shoulder.
Nice. Nicely
Put
done.
the wand away.
However, the woman standing, the House Orion guard standing there, has this look of like terror on her face. And she just starts going, no. Make notice rolls real quick.
Okay. 6.
All of us are making notice?
Yep.
Ooh.
5.
I.
2.
What'd you get, Jen?
2.
2. That's okay. Nothing bad. Nothing majorly bad. It's more of who gets to react.
I was super focused on whatever the heck Rusty was just saying.
Right.
It was really cool what I was just saying. We were having like a moment.
We were having a moment.
So those of you who succeeded on the roll, what you see out of the window up ahead is the lightning rail line kind of curving, and it's going up to what looks to be the White Arch Bridge, which was destroyed during the last war.
Bridge is out.
And the lightning rail is just heading straight for it. And you basically have one round to get off this train before it goes right over. So
All
what I
right.
need you all to do is just basically you're going to do movement and an athletics roll to jump off the train if that's what you wish to do. If you have another idea, feel free to suggest it.
I'm gonna grab Della and basically the typical, use your back, smash through the window sort of thing, and I'm gonna absorb her impact.
All right.
Is
It's my hindrance.
is this in a case where deflection would be any use? It's not an
believe-
attack, but I'm just saying if we're going to leap out of the train, like because I can also shield others. Is it like a shield I can use to reduce damage, or since it's not an attack, would that not help?
Give me 1 second to review that real quick.
Basically, it's a sort of mage armor, and my
Yeah.
question is, can I if I throw some mage armor on us, will it help us?
In this context, no, because what
Okay.
it is it subtracts from the attack rolls.
All right.
So it would not necessarily
Just checking. I was seeing if I could.
The ground's
help
attacking
folks.
you.
Would I have time to boost everyone's athletics? Or are we
So
gonna-
your boost is only yourself. if I
Oh,
recall
right.
correctly. Mhm.
So limited.
Well,
I could do that.
Now, what you could do, Keith, is you could boost your vigor to increase your toughness.
Oh, I'll boost my my athletics. I was mainly thinking the main thing is that deflection is something I can extend to others. And
right,
so
right.
if I could have done it, I would have like just thrown it out to everybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not worried about it. I mean, I'm going to be fine. You know,
Right.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about this. This is
All right.
likewise, do we have a hole? Do I need to make a hole in the wall for people, or is there a way out?
I think
Oh,
Rev
right.
just is about to put one through.
I'll let Rev put one through, and I'll just jump
Basically,
in after
I
him.
went through. If there's a window, I go through the window. Otherwise, I'm going to go through whatever the thinnest wall is.
I'm totally going through the Rev-shaped hole, and I'm gonna try. Basically, Rev is grabbing Della and leaping out, and I want to try to sort of do a little swan dive and like bounce off him, like sort of go down, land on him, and then jump off him to reduce my velocity.
Excellent. So it's like the Kool-Aid Man. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. But doink doink.
Gentle is gonna, I guess,
yeah.
boost her own athletics, and then also try to rescue the woman.
Oh, good thinking.
yeah.
I was thinking about all you guys. I forgot about the poor ticket lady.
Well, Gentle
The poor House
has a
Orion guard.
heroic kind of.
Oh, she wakes up,
got
the
a
dream
heroic
ends, right?
Yeah.
hindrance, so she's gonna put
Good.
herself out there for others.
I'm just
All right, so
saying.
let's
tip
do
of the hat.
Let's do an order for these rolls real quick. So I'm gonna let Wayne go first and do
All
what
right.
he's gonna do. So make.
What do you want me? What do you want me to roll to go through the wall and through the window?
Well, you are also gonna try to grab Dela first, right?
Yeah.
All right. So give me 2 consecutive athletics rolls at -2.
So first one to, I guess, to grab Della. Oh, that's an explode. That's an 11 -2, so 9.
All right, that's success. Yeah.
Yeah.
With a raise.
Yeah, with a raise, I guess. And my second one, I guess, to get outside and land. I don't particularly care if I get damaged. I do have armor and a pretty high toughness. I just make sure she doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a little bit of a falling damage for you.
Okay. That is a 7 straight. So -2 is a 5.
Actually, I'm gonna make it a penalty because you're also trying to make sure she doesn't get hurt.
Okay.
So what was it again? I'm sorry.
I got a 7. So
Yep.
and then you said -2 already, right? So
Yeah.
so 5.
Do you want to Benny that?
Do you know what the penalty is?
-2.
At -2?
Yeah.
Then yes, I will.
Nice.
Go backwards, but I will Benny that. Oh, that's a raise. Oh, sorry, that's a thing. So that's an 8.
8.
Oh no,
8
sorry,
total.
9.
9, and then that's with penalties.
And then -4 for penalty, so 5.
Excellent. All right, you succeed. Yeah, and you only take. Let me roll. 4 points of damage, which wouldn't even bother you, so don't worry about it. Yep. All right. So that's Rev and
Stand
Dela,
up.
and then I believe Keith, you want to just make your quick athletics roll to jump out?
Yeah, I got a 10.
Okay. Yeah, you flying colors, you tumble, you tuck and roll.
Boing boing
Yep.
style.
And make your arcane skill roll gentle.
Yeah, I did earlier. I got a 4.
Excellent. All right, success. Yep.
So I'm at a D10 athletics now to successfully
Roll it.
get a hold of the woman on the train who seems to just be frozen in fear and get off the train.
The girl on the train?
The girl on the train.
All right, so let's
Trying
do
to get her off the train.
same thing. Let's do 2 athletic rolls. And are you going to try to protect her while you leap out?
Protect her from like the blasts.
Or
Falling
just
damage?
from the falling damage?
From the falling, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so
I would do
do
that.
so -2 for multi-action, and then -2 on the second one for trying to protect her with the athletics roll.
Okay. So
'Cause it's gonna
sorry,
be-
what was
sorry.
the first roll? Sorry.
Yeah, 2 athletics rolls, one to get her and grab her, and another one to make the jump out. The first one's going to be at -2. The second one's going to be at -4.
Okay. Alishtai be with me. Okay. 8 for the first one.
Okay. The tension builds.
9 for the second one.
9 for the second one. That's with the penalties.
Sorry, that's without the penalties. So
5.
be
Yep, success. Yeah.
success 6 and 5. So,
Yeah. All right, yeah, you're good. You're able to like kind of like roll with her, like you got your arms around her and you roll on the ground and she's safe and whatnot. And next is Ban, who is going to make his athletics roll.
All right, so Ban, does the whole I'm getting ready to run move, and then he runs, and he's going to leap through the Rev-shaped hole that was just made. And he is going to misjudge the fact that Rev's legs are a lot longer than his, and he's going to trip on that little V that's made between the legs.
Is that a critical?
Oh, yeah, critical failure.
Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
So you actually you not only trip, you're caught on it, and you're hanging from the side of the train, caught on this like piece
you
of
do.
wood, right? Like as one does, and the train is like it's hurtling straight for that drop off, and just as you're all standing there, you're dusting yourself off, you see Ban hanging on the side of the lightning rail, and it starts to go over. But then all of a sudden, the woman in Gentle's arms just goes, and everything disappears. And
I totally was going to get you. I was going to leap off the edge. It was going to be a really amazing scene. I just want to say, I had your back.
And you all find yourselves back in the ocean of dreams again. And yeah, that's where you are.
Okay, we totally accomplished our goal, I think. I'm not sure what it was, but good job, everyone.
Gentle.
When-
What was the point of that?
The point was to get to the next dream, and then the next dream, and then the next dream, and then eventually get to the orb.
So fast forwarding, we hop through. The party hops through a couple more dreams, similar situations. Everybody, give me we're going to do something that's a real basic, quick encounter. Just give me one roll of what you would do to try to survive through hopping through these dreams and evading the quarry.
Come on. Sorry, I'm dealing with cat.
It's okay. So just one skill. Yeah.
So in one of the dreams, we were being chased by a faceless monster, and there was a doorway on the other side of the monster that we had to get through, and Ban snuck up behind the monster and did his assassinating thing and took him out with a backstab. So let me roll that.
Go for it.
Now I ace it. 17.
Nice. Yeah, that's I don't even know what to say about that. That was amazing. It was epic and amazing. Awesome. Who else wants to make a roll? Sort of describe what you kind of did, and
So I think totally we just come into a dream, and frankly, it's dogs playing poker. And they're big, mean dogs. It's a vicious, high stakes game. Our lives are literally on the line. And Rev is just like, hold my beer. And, goes in there, goes all in, calls the bluff, and let's see what happens.
Yeah. Before I forget, Ron, you get a Benny. Keith, you get a Benny.
Excellent, because I might need it. And speaking of which, where's my bowl of bennies? Oh, there they are. Okay. Needless to say, that is gambling. And Yeah, I guess I'll just stick with that. It's a 9. I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's success. Yeah, so,
All
with a
right.
raise. So,
Great. Well, of course I'm raising. I'm gambling, for crying out loud.
Heck yeah.
And I'm just gonna take all the money and just be like, good boys. Who's a good boy?
I'm not giving you any more bennies.
No, I've already got a pile of bennies I haven't used, so I got too many bennies.
Yeah, too many.
Too many
bennies. Who wants to go next?
I think we end up at some point in a dream that's kind of the aftermath of a battle during the last war. And the quarry manifest as, soldiers in an opposing conflict. And at one point, while the battle is being fought, Della just sort of wanders casually over to one side and inserts her magic screwdriver into a familiar panel that she finds half buried in the ground. And a Warforged Titan hand rises from out of the chaos of corpses and ruined siege weaponry and just splats the quarry before they can stop them.
Awesome.
So,
All right.
I'm going to try that anyway.
Yeah, we'll give yourself a Benny anyway. And go for it.
I guess that would be mage writing. That is 6.
Nice. All right, that's success. Excellent. Cool. All right. Yeah.
I'll go now. Really strange dream. Basically, it's a Candyland. So we land in here, and everything is sweets and sugar.
That child's dream is
random, gumdrops. Have you ever watched Wreck-It Ralph? It's just like, it's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory gone crazy.
I was gonna say, do the snozberries taste like snozberries?
Yeah,
tastes like snozberries.
You breathe in and you can just taste stuff. And Rev's just standing there going, and we'll basically turn to the dreamer, who is this, I guess it's like this a little bit maladjusted adult, who is basically in this whatever Candyland, and basically just drops his mace on top of him to knock him out so the dream ends. That's what it is.
Well played,
He's
sir.
just be like, I don't comprehend this. I don't know what sugar is. And just get us out of this.
Give yourself a Benny, my friend.
All right. I don't know where my Benny is.
Make that roll.
All right. I guess it's a fighting roll. Just drop the mace on top of his head. Let's see. That's a 7.
Excellent. And Gentle.
So in this dream, it's one of those dreams where you're falling and you just keep falling and you don't know when you're going to go splat or the dream's going to end. And so basically we all have to continuously make fear checks, but Gentle uses Mind Link and her meditation from her path of light to essentially help everyone pass their fear checks and not just be scared witless for the next few rounds.
Nice. All right, everybody make would that be spirit rolls? Is that right?
Yeah,
Ron?
spirit.
And you get we'll say there's a +2 to the spirit roll for that.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh. Ooh.
You succeeded.
Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. I'm at 24.
Whoa.
You're so
I'm
relaxed.
at 30.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
insane.
So 34 plus the 2, so 36 spirit.
So
And I
Rev,
rolled a 3 on my actual spirit die. So
With-
basically,
with
this thing
this
kept
mind
exploding.
link, with this
I
sort
rolled a
of
7.
this message of light and and whatnot and resolve. I'm gonna give you, Wayne, a bonus to your next we'll say spirit roll at any point in the near future.
5 actions. His next 5.
Next 5 actions. Yeah. You're like the video game Hades. The next
Rev
5 encounters.
Rev really doesn't like heights because he's only got
Yeah.
one eye, so
Right.
it's just really disorientating when he's going down. Like,
And what does
I
that
don't
say
know how
about
far
your
I'm
mom who
falling.
doesn't fix the eye, by the way? I just want to say, like, that's kind
It's
of
an
messed up.
aesthetic
Dayla.
choice.
Right. All right. And Gentle, you get a Benny. Did anybody fail the spirit roll? Probably not, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So after a few of these dreamscapes that 5 of them apparently that you've gone through, you finally end up in this strange, weird chamber that looks sort of wispy, like the walls are kind of wispy and whatnot. And it's sort of like this pocket space in the Ocean of Dreams itself. And this is the location where Allenstein had hidden the orb, and it seems to be sort of like blocked from any senses externally. In the middle of this chamber, you see the light, the orb, just resting and just kind of waiting for you.
I want to do a quick Arcana check, occult check, excuse me, just as a sort of, okay, this seems a little too easy. Like, is there arcane energies at play here? Is there some form of threat we might not notice with the naked eye?
Rev stands between the party and it, not to protect it, just to protect the party from doing anything stupid so far.
7, by the way.
Okay, great. Yeah, you get a sense that it's sort of in a resting state. There's nothing active happening with it at this moment. The interesting thing is you're not quite sure really how this thing even works or what it does. So it's kind of tricky to know whether there's a threat or whether
Fair
there's,
enough.
Yeah.
Seems like it's in a resting state. Probably okay. I should have just gone up and grabbed it, actually. I forget who I am.
That's true.
But
I'll give you a
given that
Benny.
I'm already
That's why Rev is
way
standing
too
between.
many bennies.
I'll give you a Benny if you do it. If you grab
Oh,
it.
sure. No, I'll totally go
All
up.
right.
As I
Rev's
said,
gonna
I
stop him.
literally
Wait,
was
Rev's gonna
forgetting who
stop
I'm
him.
playing.
Rev's gonna stop him. All right. Rev's gonna stop you anyway. So.
All right.
So he's gonna try to grab and be like, stop. And I would like to see if there's anything else in the room, maybe trying to hide from us.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Rev. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep. I was like, yes.
I was like, you're gonna roll? Like, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
4. Not a great notice roll, but
All right. What'd you roll? I'm sorry.
4.
4. Yeah, that's success. So you don't see anything necessarily. That's the orb of Dolazor on Wayne's camera there. Yeah, you don't necessarily see anything hiding. You don't get the impression that there's anything waiting in the darkness or within these walls.
There's always something waiting in the darkness.
Gentle.
Which is
What
why
is this supposed to do?
Gentle is going to try to take it stealthily. Because basically the quarry can just see what we're doing. Although maybe that won't even matter. I don't know. But this is I actually am getting this orb to find out what its importance is, to see what it's capable of, and how it might aid us in against the dreaming dark.
All right. So you're gonna try to grab it?
Yes.
All right. Is anybody gonna
I
try to
could do
stop
that, and he stopped me. I'm just saying.
This is her quest, not yours.
him?
No, I'm not going to
Once
stop her.
touch it.
All right.
I'm hoping
Take a Benny Wayne.
I'm hoping that I could use stealth to support her by creating a distraction, like keeping an eye on what she's doing and sort of covering her tracks to try to make her stealthing easier. Like, I feel like because I'm good at stealth, I would know what she needs.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
concealment and things like that. Yeah,
Definitely.
cover. Okay, go ahead and make that roll.
All right. 1 million. Just kidding. Hang on.
Technically possible, just not likely.
Right. Benny, I'm going to Benny it.
All right.
I'm going to Benny it one more time. No, I'm getting fine, but I want to raise. So I can
Man,
get
yeah,
plus
I
2.
hear you.
All right, there you go. That's an 8. So you
All
got
right.
a plus 2.
You get a +2 to your stealth roll, Gentle.
Yep.
And
Look at us plugging things here. Hold on, I'm going to plug something real quick. No, you keep.
We're giving
talking.
away in chat.
I'm gonna spend a penny to get 5 PowerPoints back, and I'm going to try and boost my stealth.
Good call.
As well.
All right.
With boost trait. So I got a 5. So I'm at a D8 now, and
great.
I've got a +2. Hopefully this goes well. It's going well so far.
I hear a lot of acing.
17 + 2, 19.
Excellent. All right, yeah, you as far as you can tell, you are unseen.
I feel really stealthy.
You feel really stealthy, and you're able to pick up the orb.
Does anything happen?
Anything happen? I'm waiting for us to
The
get jumped.
whole world explodes. No, no, nothing happens.
It's just a dream.
You're holding the orb, and
We all wake up in our beds, safe and sound.
So I want to do a precautionary measure. So I want to cast Conceal Arcana on the orb to kind of see if I can mask it from the quarry now that we've taken it.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm looking it up as well. It's been a while since I looked at conceal.
For those in the chat, just really quick, this is the hardcover version that you guys we're doing a giveaway for. So yay, pretty. It's quite thick.
Just a little.
Just as an example, this is what I did from the last war. So
Oh no.
Artwork.
So I just rolled 2 1s. On trying to hide this powerful artifact from the denizens of nightmares. Don't panic.
So it just starts to glow. Really
I was just going to
bright.
say, so this thing
now it's a
At the
beacon.
cover, have you
You
looked
send
at
me-
the cover of the book? Because look at the back cover, because I think that
It was
just
meant
happened.
to be.
This is what's going on.
You so quick reminder. Remember the whole like focal point thing? Like at the beginning, you said, the medallion acts as like a focal point.
Yep.
Okay, so just want to remind you of that. And you see suddenly boom, 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 popping in are 3 more of the type that you saw earlier on the trains and whatnot with the pincers and whatnot. And you see another different type of quarry spirit that instead looks like it's covered in eyes, and it has 3 tentacles. It's floating. It's got like little wings. And it's got 3 tentacles with eyes at the end of it.
Totally on the cover.
There. Yep.
I think Wayne's getting the one from inside as well. There he goes.
There we go. And we will start combat.
So we can use the key to like bring ourselves somewhere else.
Back to the portal.
Back to the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Do we all have to be holding hands or anything, or just
Nope.
we
Just
imagine this?
individually that you would each make a smarts roll to immediately be teleported back to the portal on the plane of on the core side, and then you would still need to step through.
You also have to sing Kumbaya.
Yep. Yeah, and literally sing it for the audience that's watching. So,
Hey, no one said I had to do karaoke.
I've got my mixer right here. I could.
Can I
literally
use a
do
Benny for that?
karaoke.
For the Kumbaya?
I could literally do some karaoke. I've got my mixer right here. I plug in my iPad. We're in.
If we had more time, I would say let's do it. But all right,
just
so
say
I'm
we
going to
did.
deal out initiative, and you let me know
Alright.
if you want to spend a penny on a new card. All right?
Okay.
So I'm going to go in order. Actually, this time on the Twitch stream, and we'll go that way. All right. So Dela is on a 9 of spades.
Any.
Okay.
I'm
next
pushing
one
my
is
luck.
2 of hearts.
Oh,
You don't have to keep it. You can take the one you want. So
Okay, I'll stick with the 9 then.
9's pretty good. Yeah, it's up there. All right. Rusty is 2 of spades.
Oh, definitely Benny.
All right. 4 of spades.
Definitely Benny.
King of diamonds.
Oh,
nice.
Hey.
I knew I was
Ban.
saving these bennies for a reason.
Right. Ban is Queen of hearts. You want to Benny that? No, I'm kidding. All right. Gentle, 7 of clubs. You good with that?
I'll Benny it.
All right. Jack of diamonds.
That's all right.
Good choice.
Rev, 5 of hearts. All right. Queen of spades.
I'll take it.
All right. And then they go on a 2 of clubs.
For the record, I don't own Exploring Eberron yet, but I think I'm going to go buy it right after this session.
You need to. It's awesome. It's a really it touches. So I'm just going to pitch it since we're doing a giveaway. It covers all the things that not to speak for Keith, but it covers all the things that Keith has always wanted to write about that haven't been yet covered in Eberron. So you should definitely pick it up. So yeah.
It's true. I didn't mention that, I'd have stuff happen with the oceans if I was changing Eberron, but hey, I did. So there you go.
Core right there. Beautiful map by Marco Maps. That's where we are right now.
So the King of Diamonds goes first. That would be Rusty.
Okay, so my question is, I've got both Blast and Burst. And since we're theatering the minding here, basically my question is, are they like right on top of us, or is there a particular, what's my best angle for hitting a bunch of them?
Yeah, I think what is it, medium? Is that the blast?
I can do all kind. I can do small or large.
I think
I can create a cone template. So basically I can do like a burning hands, or I can throw some kind of blast.
I think a blast can work. You will need to use the selective for an additional PowerPoint. That's where you select.
No worries about that.
Yep. All right.
And is this a small blast or a large blast?
Let's say medium blast.
Yep.
It's a pretty small sort of.
I've got a lot of power right now, and this is exciting. So I'm gonna go ahead and increase the damage. So I am doing a blast. Hang on just one second. I just gotta throw down all my points, increasing the damage and doing the selective. So I'm getting a little used to this dreams business. And so, I see all these guys come up, and I think about it, and I say, well, wait a second. I think, and I've got an egg, actually. And it's a big speckled, glowing egg. I'm going to throw that in the middle and say, hey guys, and then shoot it, and boom, it explodes.
Excellent.
So I'm in a dream. If I imagine I have an extremely combustible egg, I'll bet I can make that happen.
All right. So let's do this. We're going to do 2 actions. One is the athletics roll to throw it where you need it to be, and the other is going to be to shoot it.
Oh, I was just making it as a cosmetic effect, but
I see. Yeah, like a trapping.
I'm just saying it was just a trapping of wearing a dream. So this is how I'm making a burst.
Do your wand slinging. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, if there's some advantage doing it the other way, I'm fine. But I wasn't. I was just trying to be extra dreamy about it.
It would totally be me just messing with your amazing, awesome thing. So let's do the
I'm
awesome
gonna
thing
go ahead and
instead.
spend a penny just for the heck of it, because I got them. Oh, there we go! Explosion. So that'll be a 15.
Ooh, yeah. So that's for the wand slinging.
That's for the wand slinging, which means, among other things, when I get a raise, it increases the damage and I get a point of power back.
Right.
I don't know if anything else happens, but
yeah, I think
those are both on my sheet.
Yep.
So yeah, 15 wand slinging roll.
Nice. Yeah. So you get the raise. So that'll be 3d6.
I already raised the damage, so it'll be 46.
Oh, right. Yeah, 46. Yeah, do it. Do it to it.
Okay. I think this is okay. There's one. I have, sorry, 4 dice, got 1 explosion in here. So the grand total is 21.
Ooh, man. All right.
Boom!
So do they... I don't even think there's enough room for them to really try to get out of the way of the blast.
I think that, by the way, what happens, like I said, I pull out the speck of glowing egg, throw the egg, shoot it, and I think it sort of explodes in a giant fiery dragon. And it's not like the dragon sticks around, but I'm saying like there is just an explosion in the shape of a dragon.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
that
fireworks.
lashes before
Right.
dissolving.
It's like Gandalf's
So I'm just
fireworks.
like, that's what that thing does.
Excellent. Oh, man, that's awesome. All right. So with that in mind, they... Let me check. Oh, and what was the damage again? 20...
21.
Oh, yeah. Jeez, dude.
Blasts and raises.
They just all just
I
completely...
did pile a bunch of pennies into the
Yeah,
various...
that you did, and that's how they're used, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so those they all dissipate. All right, and you guys are still standing in that chamber, and Alishtai says to you, gentle, there are more coming.
Okay, we need to get out of here right now, unless you want to do that, like, you know, infinitely more times, because
Well, I want to do that infinitely more times. I don't know if I
know
can,
you do,
but I
Rusty.
sure
I know
want.
you do.
question.
Can you though? Can you?
That is a valid question.
So
Has
let's get
Gentle
out of here.
grabbed it?
Activate
Yeah.
the
She
talisman.
did.
Get us out of here now.
All right. So we activate the key to.
Oh, you,
go
yeah,
back to
you
the
guys do your focusing thing. So yeah, everybody make a smarts roll, and let's see if you guys get out of here.
Let's see.
Hurts.
Oh, explode.
Because suddenly Rusty, not Rusty, suddenly Rev is the smartest guy in the room. 5.
5.
Five
Also five.
also.
All right, everybody succeeded? Nope.
No. I
Did you
got
critical?
I got a crit fail.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Ben's thing is being left behind. On the
You go
thing
back
that's
to the
exploding.
spaghetti room.
You didn't need a goblin anyway.
Spaghetti room.
Ben, you're standing there in this chamber, and everybody's thump, 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 disappearing, and you're still there. The rest of you are standing in front of the portal, and you don't see Ban.
Can we like try and reach? You know, this thing is connected, and we're all connected.
Can we pull him?
Can I try and pull him through our connection?
So if you recall, one of the things that that Alar had mentioned was that while you are each all on the plane of dreams, you will be connected, and you can instantly teleport to wherever the others are, or whomever it is you're thinking of.
And my question was, can we reverse that? Can I try and reach that connection to pull him?
Yes, I'm going to say yes.
And I ask because again, I'm an occult guy. Like,
Dude,
I understand arcane.
This is a role playing game, man. We're making things up as we go along. I mean, why not?
What's required to pull? What's required to pull him?
Let's do this. Let's say it would take more than one individual to do a pull.
We've got to
If
pull
only
him
we
to
had
us.
4 more friends.
Yeah.
All right,
Sure.
so
Think about Ben. Think
Let's,
about how awesome he is and how he's probably got the medallion we need to get out of here.
let's do this as a quick dramatic task, where I'm gonna draw cards for each round in which you're trying to concentrate and pull him to you. And who's gonna be the main focal point to try to pull him? Is it gonna be Rusty?
I will volunteer as the person who initiated the thing, but
Okay,
Gentle
and
also
then-
is probably really good at it. So I don't know.
What would this
either-
be? Because I got that bonus on that spirit roll, and I'm the protector of the. I'm the protector.
I will say for this purpose, we'll say either spirit or smarts, whichever you.
What
prefer.
is your base spirit, Rev?
D4.
I got a D8, so I'm okay.
So only one can be focal
One can be focal, the rest can aid, and we'll go ahead and start now.
I also
the
have
first,
D8, so if Rusty wants to.
I'll take it just because, like I said, I feel like personally to me, I feel like Ban is Rusty's favorite badger. So to me, it's just I feel like we have a certain connection that I'm like, I'm pulling him back.
I feel like we've shared many jail cells.
Exactly. We get each other. I'm just saying.
All right. So so it is an ace, which doesn't mean much except for the fact that it is a club. That means there's a complication.
Okay.
So there's going to be a -2 for the roll, and if you fail, something terrible happens.
Okay.
You're gonna get pulled. You're gonna kill.
Now, is this just I just make the roll, or is everybody else helping me out here before we go?
Yeah, and then what's going to happen is for each success and raise, it's going to be you get a token for success, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 rounds, and you need how many tokens is that, Ron? Do you remember? For
1 per person.
Is it 1 per person? Yeah,
usually.
Yep. All right.
So I'm just saying, think about Ban. We got to pull him to us.
So I think they need 4 tokens total.
4 tokens total. Yeah.
Pull me across.
Yep. All right. So go ahead, make the rolls, guys.
I go last, right?
I'm
Because
interpreting
people
what
are.
you're saying, right?
Yeah, they're gonna roll
Okay.
their support rolls.
Help
to see
me
how
out,
much of a bonus
guys.
you get. So you're
Come
all
on.
standing there, you're holding hands, you're singing "Kumbaya," and you're concentrating really hard on trying to pull.
But it's in Goblin, which is just.
Oh yeah,
terrible here.
it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's really harsh on the ears.
So with that spirit bonus, is that a bonus, or do I get a big free reroll?
I will.
Oh, for the let's say it's a bonus. We'll say +2 bonus.
I will just say, by the way, in
7.2.
Goblin, the Goblin version
I'm gonna raise.
of The Lion Sleeps Tonight is actually The Lion Eats Tonight.
Right.
And
Right.
it's all about the feasting of, the bloody feast.
Oh, 6. I thought that was like 1. I was like,
That's it. Sorry. 1, 2, 5,
All right.
6,
So
7.
that's +1. All right. Anyone
So
else?
+1
gonna
to
aid?
Rusty.
Yeah,
Okay.
7.
5 for me.
+2, +3, and I guess that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
+3, Rusty.
Okay. I'm gonna think about first off, the immediate thing that comes to mind is Ban on that train, and like that already had this moment of worrying that we were going to lose Ban and thinking like, oh, I was going to totally just reach out with Lefty and like grab him from a distance and shoot. I mean, like I was prepared, and so it's that same adrenaline, like, we can't lose him, We've already lost you once, pal. So
Hold on, chum.
now you said spirit, or is this a thing? I'm spirit's what I'm good at, so might as well.
Yeah, do spirit. Yeah. It's
All
like
right.
it's sort of like the desire to draw him. That will.
Hang on just a second.
I feel like the medallion looks like this. Oh, or not.
I was gonna say. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
Can't see it through the background.
It's a Savage
Okay,
Worlds logo.
and so basically, if I get an 8, am I getting 1 or 2?
You get success would be 4, raise would be 8. Yeah, so 2.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold my advantage for now. I rolled a 6 and I have a +3, so if at a 9, basically I don't think I'm gonna get better than a 6 easily. So I'm gonna stick with that. And even if I did, if I got an 8, well then it would explode. But I'll stick with the 6.
That's 2 tokens then. All right, second round, 8 of diamonds, so no complications.
I want to hear if people are helping, what their connection to Ban is.
Yeah.
Like, how are you helping?
Ban's the other combat fighter in the group, and again, Papa Bear is trying to make sure that nobody dies. So, him being across the dreamscape would be bad thing. Probably really bad for Rev's ego.
Rev can't do all the work in a
I
company.
have to laugh at the fact that
Yeah,
Rev is
like-
taking care of everybody else while Dale is like, Rev, go into that dangerous thing over there.
So someone's got to protect the rest of the party while Ban's doing something, while Rev's doing something stupid because Della asked him to. So Ban's the one that has to protect the party during that point.
Right.
And Gento's the leader, right? So I mean, just protect the leader. Oh, explode.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah,
Still
gentle,
only 5.
sees, her quarry spirit led her to each of you. And so essentially to Gentle, you're kind of almost like part of a prophecy. So in order to fulfill this objective and purpose, like you are all needed. Even
Excellent.
Ban the Goblin
Even
Assassin.
You know what? Each of you, as you go through your descriptions, you take a Benny. So.
Aww.
You two are needed.
All right, give me rolls. And if anybody else, did you give a description yet, Imogen?
No, I can go. Yeah, I think Della sees Ban as a useful data point.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
No. He's such a unique data point. He's an outlier.
This has nothing to do with the fact that you're like a rocket scientist, right? And that's how you view the world. Just want to be clear.
No, yeah. So, well, that's what she tells herself, but really, everyone is her friend, really. But she has to lean into that Kenneth worldview. Okay.
I rolled a 5, by the way.
Okay.
4 for me.
All right, so we got +1, +2, and then Wayne.
I rolled a 5, so
okay, so +3 again.
Sweet. All right.
Go for it.
This time, I'm telling myself that we're not going to lose him because Ban always has a plan. Like he's just going to be like. I mean, I'm even like. As I'm trying to do this, I'm like sort of opening. Well, I'm not opening an eye. I'm having Spot sort of glance over to be like, is he even like maybe just behind that plant right there? We're already coming through the door. So, okay, hang on. So 11 that time, which means 14 with the bonuses.
Nice.
Excellent. All right. Yes.
Is he behind that plant? Because that would be so bad.
A plant appears now as you pull him over. There's a plant there. Ban's like
the 4 of you. So I had to do math. The 4 of you are able to channel all of your sort of your mental energy, your focus, and your drive to get Ban back. The bond that you have is so strong, and all of a sudden, Ban appears right in front of you.
Can I tell you what he's doing?
Yes, please.
So
do.
when Ban appears, he is holding a really huge brush, at least huge for him, that is full of what looks like sudsy soap and a bucket. And he just looks at you like, oh man, I didn't even get to do it.
That's Benny, my friend. Take a Benny. Oh man. Okay, you're standing before the portal, and I'm assuming your next step is to go through.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You all successfully step through without any issue, and so on. You've got this open portal, and you've got this orb in your. Who's Gentle? You have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Ban has it. I'm saying
that's
the word's a little big. Never mind.
Della's the last one who was trying to fiddle with it.
Just as you step through, and you're like you pull the orb out, and you're like feeling relief, we made it. Coming through the portal are 2 what should we call it? I can't remember pronounce it. Dualora quarry, and 4 Sakura quarries, and they are coming at you. Alishtai, Gentle, tells you use the orb.
How do I use the orb? What do I do?
Also,
with it?
this is the cover. Like if you flip back to the cover.
Yes, this is exactly it.
Yeah, they followed us through.
Wait, okay, what is she doing?
Yep.
All right. So what we're going to do here is something that's going to be a mix of a dramatic task and combat.
Okay.
And so what it'll be is somebody is going to have to try to figure out how to use the orb. I'll give you a hint. They're on the cover. The rest of you are going to fend off the quarry spirits.
Google image search.
As that happens, by the way, you see the undying soldiers that were waiting there. They touch something on the wall next to the doorway, and the wall just shuts.
Close the door on us.
Close the door on you. All right, you guys ready?
That is sensible.
Yep.
So, just to be clear, Gentle has the orb right now, and she heard Alishtai tell her, use the orb. All right, so I'm going to use the order that we went last time. Dela, you're on a 7 of hearts.
Okay.
You want a Benny? New card or keep it?
A Benny.
Okay. 9 of clubs. That means, because this is in fact a dramatic task as well, you're going to get a -2 on anything that you're trying to do. If you fail, bad things happen. So
Why is the negative come up?
So the pseudo cards matters in dramatic task. If you get a club, it's
okay. So clubs are bad.
A complication.
Clubs are complications. Is there a good suit or?
I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I think in some cases,
no,
not for dramatic task. I think in chases there.
That said, she should get to pick which card she goes on because she spent that.
Oh, that's true. Right.
Oh,
you
right.
do get to pick. Do you want to keep the 7 or do you want to go with the 9?
You want to keep the 7.
Let's go keep 7 then. Yeah.
Bad things happening is
sorry for the metagaming, but
no.
no.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. So Rusty is on a Jack of Hearts.
That is my card. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'd be, even if it wasn't a good card, Rusty is the Jack of Hearts.
Awesome. All right. King of Hearts goes to Ban. Jack of Clubs goes to Gentle. Rev.
That's a club. Which,
well, since you're not actually doing the dramatic task, you're doing combat. It won't. I'm going to say it's not going to affect you.
Oh, okay.
Per se, but Rev.
Joker comes up.
Everybody take a Benny, and Rev, he gets to go first, and he gets +2 to actions and damage for this round.
So they just
they
all came through the portal, right? So they're all kind of standing there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it's all like okay, combat starts, kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And they have not acted necessarily. They are on.
Just a point of strategy. Rev would probably multi-action right now. Just saying.
Because you got that bonus.
Right.
Oh, I've got multiple things that give me bonuses, so I will be doing lots of stuff.
So they are on a 3 of spades. I'm going to use a GM Benny, however, real quick, to get a new card.
Hey, that's not soaking. Just kidding.
8 of hearts is what they are on.
Didn't that one from the Undying Court say they would be near the portal or something?
Yeah, but they said if anything,
they just locked us in.
They said screw you.
Also, okay, in the chamber. Okay.
Yeah, that was we're so close that we can make sure you and your friends don't bring anything bad with you.
Right. Exactly.
And if you did,
and if just full disclosure, if you did happen to get slain in the region of dreams in Dalcor, you would have been brought back here, and then somebody could have healed you, and you could have gone back in, and all that stuff. So they would have helped you out, but that didn't happen because you guys are just awesome. So
but now we're in the real world.
Now you're in the real world, and first we have Rev.
All right, free action. Rev's gonna go berserk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna move where I can hit as many as possible.
Okay, go for it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So while I'm berserk, I have to wild attack, so I get +2. I also have 2 weapon fighting, so it means I can make 2 attacks. So if I only made 2 attacks, I would be at +4 for each of them.
Okay.
I'm going to use. So, and that's I don't get a multi-action penalty for that. So, and I can't sweep multiple times. We determined that during practice. I cannot sweep multiple times. So I'm going to attack 4 times. So I'm going to attack. Okay. with no penalty. And I'm going to sweep, which is a -2. But because it's a wild attack, it's +2. And I can make another attack. So I'm going to make basically 4 attacks. So I'm going to sweep first and try to kill as many as possible, and then use the rest of the attacks basically to kill the rest of them.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
And real quick, we'll do this. We are getting close to the end, and I apologize for that we're running up against it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let this go ahead and run through, and then let's turn it into a quick encounter to kind of summarize what is everybody doing for this encounter to try to stave things off, and then we'll resolve the results at the end of that. Sound good?
So just to make it kind of interesting, I'm basically going to try to sweep through them like just whirling dervish and try to knock them onto the ground, so that it's easier for Gentle and Ban to come and finish them off. So I'm not going to basically try to kill them. I'm basically just trying to disable all of them with all these attacks.
Sounds good.
Okay, right. So maybe I'll just make one roll for sort of doing that.
Yep,
make it easy.
That sounds great. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. So that's a 9 and an explosion.
Excellent.
And that's an 11. And I think I'll hold there. So 11 total.
All right.
Just straight up, no bonuses, sweep everything. Because basically I'd be making everything at a +0.
And about how many targets was that? Did you say?
I can make a sweep and 3 attacks, so I can probably hit all of them.
So
I'd be down for doing that whirling dervish, man. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I basically I'm going to go in
right.
and just swinging all over the place.
Sounds good. All right, cool. Roll that. I guess roll that down. Or you're just trying to knock him down. Like, is this like non-lethal or?
Well, it would be like sweep for the first attack, and then basically just hitting them as much as possible. Yep. So maybe just a straight.
Yeah. They all just kind of they're all kind of going down, or they're shaking one of those 2 states, and we'll
do I get a raise for the hit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you a raise for that.
All right, and then I have a D10 strength. So D8, D6, and D10. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, I should have let the dice. That's 18, 19, 24.
All right,
34.
Yeah. Dude, don't embark. Don't
39.
So after Rev is done, Ban knocks on the door and says, "Rev finds your lack of faith disturbing. Let us in."
Is anybody doing anything else with helping finishing them off, or?
I mean, I can spend a penny to just know how to use the orb.
Nice. You're not quite sure, actually.
I'm just gonna, by the way,
what
watch
if we all
Rev.
spend a penny?
I'll tell you what. You and Dela can work together to try to figure out how to use the orb.
Yeah, if I could use
okay.
my mark of making powers or something to reactivate it.
Yep. And Rusty.
By the way,
Rusty
I found
Rusty is
Dela's,
totally
special
just
magic screwdriver here.
Rusty is totally just sort of wandering by Rev, being like, oh, wait, that one's moving a little. Like, oh, he's just admiring Rev's sort of work and being like, oh, wait, oh, there you go.
Excellent.
Offering occasional tips.
Gentle and Dela, tell me what rolls you're making and make them.
Mage writing. That's 6.
Okay. And Gentle?
Maybe Gentle's just trying to, I don't know. Now doesn't really seem like the best time to meditate and channel like quarry spirit, but like basically
Is any time a bad time? I mean, why not?
Not for a Kalashar.
She's been talking to you the entire time. I mean, you might as well bring her up now.
Yeah, she's just trying to tap into that connection to see
All
if
right,
she can get any other
make your psionics roll real quick.
intel.
And I'm gonna apologize. We have 1 minute left, so we're gonna fast track this a little bit. I apologize for that. This has been so engaging. It's so hard to slow
I have to
down.
go jump on another stream right now, so I'm going to say goodbye to everyone and thanks for the game.
Bye. Yes. It was fun, Imogen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imogen.
Thanks,
for the
Imogen.
time.
See you soon.
Yep. All right. Make that last roll, and then we will.
I rolled a 7.
All right. Yeah. So the two of you are standing there. The orb begins to just shimmer, and this large, massive sphere of light kind of surrounds it. And the quarry spirits are suddenly pulled back into the portal. And just as that happens, the portal completely shuts down, and you're standing there sort of in the aftermath. The quarry spirits let you out. Or, I'm sorry, the Undying Soldiers let you out.
The whole thing was a dream the whole time.
And that's right. And as you you're sort of in awe, and you debrief with the council, and as you leave that massive temple where you had met them, you look up into the sky and you see a 13th moon shining.
Oops,
that wasn't there before.
Excellent. We broke the world in a hopefully good way.
Well, technically, we unbroke the world. The Giants broke the world first.
I would just like to point out, though, see, the 13th moon is the orb of Don Lazur.
Yeah.
Okay, but
and the orb is missing. The orb disappeared.
Right. But I would also like to point out, when we leave, we're leaving using one of Band's plans. Like, we aren't just going out the front door. Like, they never even see us leave. They're going to be puzzled for a week.
Excellent.
Yeah, the guards are like the next day, the guards are sitting outside the door like, when are they coming back?
Yeah.
No, the door opens and we're gone.
Right. We're drinking we're drinking beer at a pub when they're
Yep.
Anyhow.
All right. Well,
thanks,
thank you
everyone.
all. Yeah, this was a blast. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody who's watching. And yeah, sorry about Imogen messing up the little ways that the windows are aligned, but it's okay. Jimmy, we love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
all the
much.
support.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy.
And enjoy GaryCon, everybody.
Great
It's been a blast.
game, Kristian. Great
Thank you.
job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kristian. Thank you, everybody in the audience.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Have fun at GaryCon. We got another day left, so play more games.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Untitled Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
GaryCon is an annual gathering of Gygax family members, friends of my father's, and fellow game enthusiasts from all over the country and the world. And we get together to remember my father and honor him by doing what he loved best, playing games. It's a memorial convention that grew out of an event after his funeral. He passed away March 4th of 2008. We had a relatively small funeral service. And then afterwards, I thought it would be appropriate to have a gathering in the American Legion Hall in Lake Geneva, which is the site of Gen Con 2, and a lot of fond memories for me and my family. My sisters brought some pizza, and we just had tables set up and played games, and people were shaking dice and playing various games and having a good time remembering my dad. And even though it was a sad moment, just being together with all those people was really cathartic for my family. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, "Wow, Luke, this is a great idea. You should do this every year." And I think it was Jolly Blackburn said, "You can call it GaryCon," because they have a character in Knights of the Dinner Table, Gary Jackson, which is a cross between my dad, Gary Gygax, and Steve Jackson. And they have GaryCon, which is supposed to be like Gen Con. So I thought that was fun, and so GaryCon was born. Lake Geneva is the mecca of role-playing gaming, because that's where my father wrote Dungeons & Dragons in the house on 330 Center Street. It's not just my hometown, it's where Dungeons & Dragons was created, it's where TSR was headquartered all those years, and there's a lot of creative people who still live in that area, and so that's really important that we're there and remember the foundation of the industry as well as what my father did for it. There's a feeling of camaraderie at GaryCon that I think you don't get at a lot of other conventions. It's about having a good time. There's definitely a family feeling, having my brothers and sisters and I hosting this event. It's really great that we get to do it. And so I think that is what's special, is that you feel like you're not just a person in a crowd, you're amongst friends. So bring a friend and come and play some games with us.
Okay.
Hello, GaryCon goers. It's your host, Luke Gygax. I'm here today with none other than Richard August, one of the creative geniuses behind Steamforged Games' Epic Encounter line. Thanks for joining me today, Richard.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who may not be familiar with Richard, let me give you just a few pieces of information about his background. He's been a designer since 2015, and he's worked on a bunch of stuff before he came to Steamforged Games, including Judge Dredd in the Worlds of 2000 AD, RuneQuest, and Conan Adventures in an Age Undreamed of. But at Epic Encounters, correction, at Steamforged Games, he's worked on Epic Encounters as well as Animal Adventures, which is a favorite in my house. My kids, when I say, let's play D&D, they go, oh, can we play Animal Adventures? And I'm like, okay, of course. And then Bard's Son, which is they're a really neat other game from Steamforged Games, which you should check out at steamforged.com. But today, I want to talk to Richard specifically about Epic Encounters. But before we get there, I guess just to kind of orient us, what got you interested in role-playing, the role-playing games as a hobby?
So I started, gaming started for me with Warhammer. I think if you're a British kid, there is a Games Workshop, or a Warhammer as it's now called, pretty much on every major high street, and you see all the minis in there, and I thought they looked amazing, and you go in and you're surrounded by all this awesome stuff, but I was very, very bad at painting, and I really didn't particularly enjoy the modeling at all. And then somebody mentioned, oh, well, you should try Dungeons and Dragons, because you get all this amazing stuff, but it's all just in books and you can imagine everything. And that was perfect for me. So the first game product I ever bought was the D&D Third Ed starter set, because I came into the hobby pretty much just as Third Ed dropped. And then I went from there to get the Player's Handbook and the Monty Cook's DM's Guide and the Brilliant Monster Manual. And I never looked back.
Oh, great. Yeah, I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is in Theater of the Mind is great. And that's kind of where I cut my teeth, just on an earlier edition, obviously, with AD&D is pretty much was my go-to. And I still play it today, along with, 5th edition. The current stuff is very good as well. I think they've really kept the line going strong, in my opinion. But you took a big leap. When did you realize that you wanted to write RPGs for, like, professionally for a living, and what gave you the confidence to believe that you could make it? Because I know there's a lot of people out there, who are working and writing and are avid gamers, but being able to do it professionally, that's a real accomplishment. So where did you get that confidence to go for it?
So I mean, I've always written from being a tiny child, stories and all sorts. And when I got into D&D, I produced huge amounts of stuff for my world, lists of kings and languages and all this stuff that you do when you first get into D&D. And I kind of never stopped, really. And then I spent some time, trying to write very serious novels, and kind of got tired of that and wanted to get back to doing something that I found more fun and fulfilling. And I started looking at RPGs, and then I thought I should try. So I sent out a lot of emails with samples, and some people got back to me, and it went from there. So, once I had a couple of, I think the first place that ever published me was Kobold Press, that published tiny, about 250 word snippets of places on their website, which are still on there, I think, if you go and look. But yeah, just little ideas and things like that, so that when I started emailing not bigger companies than Kobold Press, but looking for bigger opportunities with companies, I could say, well, I've written these liked it, and it went from there. And then Modiphius was kind of the next big company I worked for, and I got very lucky to kind of get in on the Conan line early. So it's a process of luck and writing a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's that's a story that I've heard so many times. My father told me, if you want to write, if you want to be a writer or a designer, you got to do it. Just get in your reps, get in your 10,000 hours, right? So it's just doing it. It flows easier. You get better, and you develop your style. And speaking of style, what were your influences? What were your influential RPG influences that helped kind of shape the way you design and write?
So like I think a lot of people who want to be writers, I've got a qualification in creative writing, and what part of that is taking a text and analyzing it and looking at how it's put together. So I did that with the RPGs I really liked. So people like Ken Hite and Robin D. Laws were big influences for that kind of. They get a conversational style, which means that even when they're describing something in terms of rules that's quite knotty, it feels really easy to understand. A lot of the early D&D adventures have this this kind of sense of fun and a sense that you're all in on the joke, that everybody knows, not that the adventure itself is a joke, but that this is kind of this is a fun hobby. This is new and it's different, and everybody involved in it is taking risks. So a lot of that, I try to get a lot of that kind of slightly tongue-in-cheek to acknowledge that this is a game. We're all in this together. We're all creating something together. It's a shared process, and I think that's what makes RPG writing different from any other writing. That you're not giving somebody a world, you're helping them make their own. And I think that that's something I've tried to keep in my style, the knowledge that I'm here to help you get to where you want to as a player or as a GM, rather than here is some text, read it.
Yeah, I think that's a really important distinction. And from talking to people who write novels or things of that nature, it's very different, right? Because it's written and it's carrying a passive reader through a story and through a development. And with RPGs and trying to design a module or anything, we all know this just from our home games, you don't know what your protagonists are going to do. You may put a puzzle in front of them and you think, oh, this is going to take them, that's going to be hard to figure out. And it's like, boom, they either figure it out, or you think it's an obvious clue, they totally miss it. So it's more, you got to be adaptive. And when you're designing something for others to use in their adventure, in their game, you have to be cognizant of that. So I think that's a really good thing to keep in mind. And it is a game. Sometimes people, I think, get too serious. The purpose is, for me, and I guess I don't want to tell anybody else how to game, but for me, it's really to spend time with friends and other people, and like I said, create a story, maybe laugh, have some stories to talk about later down the road. So those are all wonderful elements to include, in my opinion. I'm glad you feel that way as well. But it's great. I mean, you talked about some of the other past companies. How did you end up at Steamforged Games?
Luck, basically. I was very. I think anybody who's going to get a full-time job RPG developing needs a lot of luck these days, and I was very lucky in that Steamforged headquarters is 10 minutes around the corner from my house, and I had job alerts set up, as a tabletop. Obviously, I wanted to work in tabletop, and a game developer role came up, so I applied and I got an interview, and the interview went well. But I didn't get the job. But it kind of went well enough that my name was kept around, and Jamie Perkins, who's the development manager, remembered me when our presiding Dark Lord, Matt Hart, was mentioning that he wanted to get into, started to look at making RPGs from Steamforged, because Matt is a die-hard RPG nerd. I don't think you'll mind me saying that. He loves RPGs. He's got encyclopedic knowledge of old games and mechanics, and he's always looking for something new, and he wanted to start doing something with RPGs for Steamforged. So I had this experience, and I got a call and asked to go back in to talk with Matt, and on that day I had a load of Conan author copies showed up, so I was able to take those in with me, and well, what have you done? Well, there you go. That's my experience there. And we had we kind of hit it off straight away, had a long chat. We discussed a load of games. I gave him a game he hadn't heard of it. He gave me a couple to look up, and we kind of went from there, really. So it was a mixture of having had a solid basis of work. You know, I knew my way around the RPG industry, and a lot of luck.
Yeah, I think that's a major ingredient in anybody, like you said, is luck. I still remember, when my father was running TSR back in those days. We lived in a small town of Clinton, Wisconsin, in the middle of nowhere, and there was a guy teaching high school named Doug Niles, and he approached my sister Heidi and got an introduction to my dad and was able to submit some work, and ended up being, a pretty well-known designer and author. So sometimes it's just that lucky break and being in the right place at the right time, and being 10 minutes away and getting that second look. That's great. And you're writing the Epic Encounters line, which I'm fortunate enough to have a whole bunch of. You can see some of them behind me. So I think they're really great. And for those of you who may not know what an Epic Encounters entails, I'll just give just a very brief overview. So they're boxed sets, and kind of the intent is you can open this box and be ready. You have everything you need for an adventure and rapidly be able to stand up a cinematic adventure where you'll have interesting foes with flavor. They're colorful. They're going to surprise people. There's techniques on how to use them. And of course, each box comes with up to 20 miniatures with up to 9 different sculpts. And these are really beautiful miniatures. Again, steamforge.com, you can look at the Epic Encounters and see some really beautiful pictures of these. And it comes with a dual-sided map that's about 2 feet by 1.5 feet wide, roughly. And encounter books, like 30, 40-page encounter books that give you all the descriptions of monsters and these cool additions that we'll talk about. But all that comes in a box. They're paired together in a war band or a boss encounter, and you can play them individually, or together. So either one, they're standalone, or you can pair them together, like the kobold and the red dragon, or you have the orcs and the frost giant and the goblins and the hydra. And at this point, I'll have probably been slaughtered horribly by a hydra in a game on Friday at GaryCon, but I'm very excited to play. I know it's going to be a challenge, but that's Epic Encounters. So what's your, how do you write these? How do you put these together? Because it's very impressive. I'm very curious to hear, what your process was.
So it starts off with a team effort, because obviously we've got the miniatures are created by our amazing sculpting team. That's headed up by Russ Charles, and there's Ben and Tom and Holly, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody, but they're all amazing. And so kind of I'll have said this, we're going to do goblins next, and I have these ideas for what I want them to be like, where I'm trying to go with it. These are the different types I'm thinking of including in an encounter, and then they'll come back with a ton of amazing ideas, and sometimes they'll have completely changed my intention, but I think that's one of the best ways of creating something, is getting lots of different people's ideas and making them work together rather than sort of sticking to one path. So once I've got all that, I start to basically try and work out how these communities, how these tribes or clans or what have you live together, and what their society is going to look like. Because orcs aren't all the same, kobolds aren't all the same, goblins aren't all going to be the same. They're all going to have their different ways of being, and that gives you, I think that gives me at least a setting. And once you've got that, you can start to plot out a cool, challenging encounter, and things like the 5-room dungeon or rune hammers, encounter guides, and a lot of early D&D adventures. Then I kind of do a lot of research and think about things, and then start building up from there, start writing basically.
Yeah, I mean, and these are really neat, and a lot of thought goes into them. Just looking at the village of the Kobold Chief, I mean, there's these neat charts in there that talks about there's some mushrooms that grow in there, and you get to roll on a chart. I love rolling on charts, right? I mean, who doesn't love rolling on charts for random stuff? So there's different effects of what the mushroom is going to have. I know in the Frost Giant, there's different environmental effects that'll be going on. I mean, so there's just a lot of really cool touches on how to use these adventures. And they're not just one, you can take that material and use it later. So if you run into a Frost Giant in the future, you may not have used all the the tricks, techniques, and tactics that you would find suggested in the adventure book. So you can use that for your next Frost Giant encounter if you're playing in whatever. We run into Frost Giants. They're great enemies to have. So they're adaptable. But out of the epic encounters that are out now, which one is your favorite?
That is the tough one. I do love the Goblin Chief.
Yeah.
Because I tried to give that box set a kind of a part Wicker Man, part Monty Python vibe. So it's got that kind of crazy, funny goblin aspect to it, and it's also got some kind of sinister, culty, insular aspects that you get in folk horror. And also the Goblin Chief has a mask on, and masks are cool. But I think possibly the Frost Giant edges it just because that miniature is amazing. He is so characterful and so imposing. And also I've been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So that may sway it. That might be, the Nordic vibe might be pushing me that way, to be fair.
Yeah, it's hard to choose because, I mean, these all have... they all have so much, I guess it's flavor or color. Just even the names of some of these things. I mean, I'll just pop open some of these, the Bloodwood Goblins. They're not just a goblin, they're the Bloodwood Goblins. You got, Blood Dart Goblin Enforcer, Bloodwood Goblin Frog Chewer. That's just one of, the idea of a goblin that chews up tree frogs and basically, is numbed by the euphoric, qualities of this frog, that they have resistance to damage and this sort of stuff. So that's pretty cool. And of course, the Hetman, we already talked about that. But I mean, you got orcs riding polar bears. I mean, neat stuff. So a lot of color and a lot of flavor that takes you away from, okay, there's a goblin, there's an orc, and it really gives the players, like I said, this colorful cinematic experience. The Frost Giant is cool. If I remember right, if he's in his lair, right, he's in his lair, he's got certain things. The bosses have certain things they can do in their lair that make them a bit more challenging. I think he can create icicles falling from the ceiling, or break off a chunk of ice to use as a shield. There's just lots of neat stuff. That's just cool visuals for your players to imagine. So I really dig obviously you can tell I like the epic encounter stuff. So I'm really happy to be talking to you about it. And you talked about these evil, the enemy characters, and the Frost Giant was pretty cool. Is there any other, what about, we're going to fight the Hydra. So what about the Red Dragon? I mean, what can you tell me about the Red Dragon one that I haven't read this one yet?
So the Red Dragon is, I think when you're doing something like the Red Dragon and you're doing it, it's compatible with D&D. You can't. I think you have to retain the classic flavor. You can't go too far away. So what we tried to do, and it took a lot of drafts to get the right setup for that encounter, is make it like the most dragony dragon. It is a cruel, calculating, unpleasant beast who will victimize people who go in there and spout their mouth off. The big guy who goes in the front and thinks, I'm level 20 now, or I have a +3 axe and I have every ability known to man and all the feats, he will basically go out of his way to incinerate that character. And that's what we wanted to capture, a kind of sense of playful malice, I think, is what we wanted from the dragon, and I hope that comes across. That it's dragon in excelsis rather than something completely different to what you might expect.
So I'm when I read these, I get a sense of how these differ from maybe other current system 5e modules or adventures or booklets, books that I'm reading. So where did you draw like your GMing style from? In what flavor? Kind of how did that shape these box sets?
So one of the things. So basically, I mean, there's a lot of new people coming into the hobby at the minute, which is wonderful. But when you come in new to the hobby, you come in perhaps with certain expectations, but without necessarily having learned the techniques and tricks that you need to really achieve what you want to achieve, especially as a GM. GMing is hard. It's especially hard if you've not done it a lot, if this is the first couple of times. And running a boss encounter is possibly the hardest thing I think you can do as in a fantasy game, because players have seen Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit or Conan, and they know when they fight a giant monster, it should be epic. And sometimes, unless you're a really experienced GM, improvising, going with the flow, bringing all the kind of flavor notes to life to make sure it doesn't just become I roll, I hit, I do 2d12 damage, is difficult. So we really wanted to make it not hand-holdy for the GMs, but with lots of guidance to show how you could act out what the dragon or Hydra does. So there's lots of behavior tips there. How you can, when you should use certain abilities, what player responses might be, or how they might approach you, and how the Hydra or the dragon or the frost giant or the giant snake, as a teaser for later, how they are going to react. So we wanted to make it so that as a GM, you were fully prepared. And that's something both Matt and I do in our games. We don't always have, something as fully worked out as Epic Encounters, but we know what's going to happen in the games we play. We know how our bad guys are going to present themselves. And there's a lot of 4E in there, I think, certainly with, the kind of the encounter sets you used to get in 4E, or with the abilities that, are very, very kind of characteristic of the monsters that possess them. There's an awful lot of the early D&D adventures and some of the OSR stuff that draws on them in terms of that kind of unique setting, and being prepared to play with the form, if you like, play with the structures of adventures, move things around, and not settle into a routine. So it's a kind of, basically it's trying to give GMs a chance to create their own style. It's like, it's permission, we hope.
Yeah, I have to say that I really enjoy those little tips that are in there. I think they're valuable. And even for an experienced GM, you get some tidbits, some things that you may not have thought of. And so it's great to have those. They're also just handy, and you can export them to other encounters as little tables or things of that nature as well. One thing I didn't mention that is a neat feature with every Epic encounter is that it's tiered, it's scalable. So you have a low, medium, and high level. So you can take this same adventure. You could have the orcs in the frost giant, and you could take a third level party through there, and it would be tiered to provide a challenge for them. Or you could take 12th or 14th level characters through there, and you can scale it up and make it appropriate. So wherever you're at, you can use these, and the GM tips and the techniques and how they're going to attack and stuff like that all flows very well with that. Another thing in my opinion, and I think that Epic Encounters does really, really well, is you take the familiar orcs, kobolds, goblins, and you make it fresh. Like I said, colorful. The word colorful keeps coming to mind. How do you do that? How do you make something so familiar feel new and exciting?
It's basically a kind of process of taking a monster or a creature or a species and thinking about how you can look at it from different perspectives, how it might live, how they might gather together, what's it going to look like if you push one element of that creature to its furthest degree. So like with the kobolds have become kind of cute, and I don't like cutesy as an aesthetic in some ways, and I certainly don't like it when it applies to monsters that you should be frightened of. So what is a kind of key element of kobolds? Well, they're miniature dragons. Or certainly they can see themselves as miniature dragons. So I sort of started thinking through that. So what does that mean? Well, maybe they worship dragons, and if they worship dragons, well, what does worship look like in the worst circumstances? Well, it looks like fanaticism, and fanaticism has cultic associations. You have kind of dark prophecies, and you can then extrapolate from there to get a new take on a creature or on a subset of those creatures. A single tribe. I don't think you want every kobold to be a dragon worshipping fanatic. You don't want every orc to be a northern Germanic inspired barbarian, but for one or two or three encounters, that kind of interest, that twist, makes them really different, even if it's just an aesthetic.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When I write adventures myself, I try to include some little different twist, whether it's reskinning a monster so it doesn't look, so it appears different and people can't guess what it is or what its vulnerabilities may be, or adding that environmental challenge, which you do very effectively in Epic Encounters as well. So yeah, great new stuff, but I think you're tapping into some of the best of the old school techniques and really bringing it to this new audience that we're fortunate to have in the hobby. So now that you've done orcs and kobolds and goblins, how do you go about choosing what the next box set is going to be?
It's a surprisingly difficult process because there's so many cool things, and you also want to try and avoid retreading the same ground too often. So it's kind of just what I fancy doing at the time as well. I'm quite lucky in that I kind of get to go basically flick through the monster manual and go, that would kind of work. And maybe I've got an idea for that, and I'll put together some notes and I'll fire them over to Matt, and he will usually come back with something even better, and we'll kind of figure it out from there. And then the sculptors obviously are a big part of it. So it's this kind of process of working out what everybody thinks is cool. It's basically what do we think is cool and what can we get away with. That's the presiding method.
It sounds like a dream job. I know there's a lot of work that goes into it, but it sounds like a lot of fun. So yeah, that's like you really did get lucky working for Steamforged, I think.
I really did. I really did.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so since we're talking about it, can we ask what's up next for Epic Encounters? What's going to come at us next?
Okay, so I think a giant snake. It's called the Temple of the Snake God. Is available for pre-order. I am not allowed to say what the warband box that accompanies that giant snake is, but if I say Indiana Jones wouldn't like them, I think you can probably figure it out from there. And I've tried to give them, I think there's a really interesting take on that particular species that I'm not allowed to mention. And then we've also After that, we have a truly, truly awesome giant spider. And Tom Lishman, who did the sculpt, absolutely knocked it out of the park. If you are arachnophobic in the slightest, don't look at it. And I will say also, to blow my own trumpet for a minute, the encounter is nasty.
Yeah, spiders are just icky anyway. I mean, I don't like spiders very much. Snakes are okay. You say Temple of the Snake makes me think of Thulsa Doom, the old Conan movie, and James Earl Jones changing into a snake. I mean, that's what comes to my mind there. That's a great visual for me. But spiders just makes me, I don't like the spiders at all. Which is great.
Send you that one.
It'll give you a sense of dread, which is great. The tension, building the tension is super important to keeping the players on their toes and really having fun. So, all right, I look forward to seeing both of those new sets and playing them. Probably at conventions. I think, man, I really like the idea of being able to pull this box out and bam, run an adventure on the fly with my friends, because these are really, like you said, the booklet takes you through there, and in I'd guess reasonably about 15 minutes you could be unboxing to 15 minutes, and you can be shaking dice.
Basically, as long as your players have character sheets and dice, you can be up and playing in no time at all.
Yeah. So which is perfect, because that's always the drag for me anyway, is just, kind of getting that going. So we know what's coming for Epic Encounters. What else, or what's next for you at Steamforged, or what else do you have on the plate at Steamforged?
So we've got a lot of role-playing game stuff coming soon. A lot of it, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to talk about, except to hint in the broadest terms. So we've got, we are going to be kind of diversifying the Epic Encounters line in some really interesting ways, and kind of bringing the ethos of Epic Encounters to other common situations the GMs need to deal with, so to try and make GMs' lives as easy as possible, and that we're really excited about that. We've got we are currently putting together the next campaign for Animal Adventures, which is looking to expand the universe beyond Gullet Cove, which was the subject of the last one, and is already looking really, really exciting. We're starting to get some art in, and it's going to be really, really great. That may or may not go to Kickstarter. We're not decided on that at the minute, but whatever happens, it's going to be awesome. We've got a big game in the pipeline for a really, really great IP, but I'm not allowed to talk about it except to say it's consuming my life at the minute, but in the best way possible. And we also have lots more Epic Encounters. I think we've got the next 5 or 6 waves loosely planned out, and there are some really, really, really exciting stuff in there that I can't wait to write and terrify players with.
That sounds fantastic and very exciting. So, well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me today, Richard. I hope everyone enjoyed learning about Epic Encounters. If you want to learn more about Epic Encounters, go to steamforged.com and find Epic Encounters, and it'll walk you through all the minis and the map and the book and the tips, and check it out for yourself. So thank you very much for joining us today, Richard. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, now we'll get back to GaryCon. Hi, everybody. It's Luke Gygax, your host of GaryCon 13. And I'm here today to talk to you about the GaryCon 13 Crucible and announce our first and second place winners. But first, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors, Steamforged Games, the makers of Epic Encounters, and Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. I don't want to forget all of the amazing vendor sponsors that we have that help make GaryCon possible. Without all of them, none of this would be possible. So please stop by our website at GaryCon.com and click on the sponsors tab and show those companies your appreciation for what they do to keep our community strong. So some of you may not know that we announced the GaryCon Crucible writing contest at the beginning of the year and published the rules. It was a little bit late. I think we got them out in early February. We had about 30 days to submit a module in 5th edition using the open gaming license. Now, writing a module is no small task. And even though this was just meant to be a 4-hour one-shot, that's still a significant investment of time. I figured we might have 5, 6, gosh, maybe 10 at most submissions that people would be able to take the time and get that done under 30 days. I was blown away that we had 27 qualifying submissions. That's a whole lot of passion and speaks to the kind of people that have love for GaryCon, who want to keep the community strong and have just a strong passion for gaming. So thank you to each and every one of you who took the time and poured the passion into your project and submitted it to us. They were fun to read, and we really appreciate all that hard work that you did. Just to give you an idea of what the stories were about or how this competition worked, I wrote a story starter and then added some elements that needed to be in there and some developmental bits that had to be worked through in the module. And we offered 2 prizes. So the first prize is a trophy. They'll get the very first GaryCon Crucible trophy, a gold badge to come to GaryCon 14 in 2022, $100 cash prize, plus an opportunity to run their adventure for the GaryCon crew at some future point. I was thinking we'd be able to do it during GaryCon, but that's just pressing it too close. There's too much going on. It'd be really hard to coordinate. But if the winner wants to run it, we will get together and play it. And second prize gets a silver badge to GaryCon 14 in 2022 and a $50 cash prize. It was very hard to choose a winner. And the judges, that I was very fortunate to have such an illustrious judge panel. There was a total of 5 of us who agreed to be judges. Christopher Clark of Inner City Games, Stephen Radney McFarland, the designer of Delve, as well as many other systems, got quite a pedigree as well. Satine Phoenix, we all know Satine, as well as Tim Kask, first editor of Dragon. He's got a lot of editing chops, a great writer and a friend of mine, sort of Uncle Tim in my eyes, and I was the last judge. So we had quite a task in front of us, but we did manage to differentiate and come up with a winner, but it was very, very tough. Just to give you an idea, I'll give you what the story starter was, and we'll kind of go from there. So the party are members of the Order of the Warded Grimoire, who've been sent to retrieve a key from a merchant named Phineas Scion. He is living in the village of Fort Ogen, far out in the hinterlands along the Malachite Road near the Mephitic Marsh. The party has been told that this will be a simple task for them to get the key and return. When the party arrives, it's obvious that the village has been attacked. The party is confronted by a group of froglings that loitered in the tavern too long. After they dispatch the froglings, they are approached by the village elder, Goodman Irud Eshen, and are informed that Fort Ogen was besieged at dawn by a mix of frogmen and lizard-looking creatures. The rampaging invaders slew many of the villagers as they tore through Fort Ogen. They killed and ate most of the people they encountered, but they carried off Phineas to the west towards the ruins of an old temple. And the story elements they needed to include had to have an abandoned temple in the Mephitic Marsh, frog-like humanoid creatures called froglings, a mad hermit, and a wand of wonder. I just threw that in there because I always liked wands of wonder, and I thought, why not include one? And the sort of the things that needed to be answered in the story development were, what was the Order of the Warded Grimoire? Why did they want the key that Phineas had? What god was once worshipped in that temple? Why are the froglings and lizard folk aligned? And why did the invaders kidnap and carry off Phineas? I was amazed by the just wide array of things that people came up with, as well as some of the similarities that developed over all of these modules. And I think they'd be a fun read. And I tell you what, I need to post this up on Facebook or the forums or something like that, and just kind of get an idea of who would be interested in seeing maybe a compilation of the top 4 or 5 of these modules, maybe in a PDF format, with a limited number of print runs, maybe that we could do at the next GaryCon or something, because these are really good. A lot of people put a lot of work into them, and although these modules are all similar, the twists on them make them playable as fun one-shots, certainly. Great, convention material for sure. So if you're interested, I'll make sure we get something out on social media and let us know. Let us know if you'd be interested in that. So without further ado, I would like to get down to the meat and potatoes of this video right here and get to talking about who is the winner. But first, before we get to second and first place, I would like to list off a couple honorable mentions in no particular order. Odin's Curse by Hans Cummings was very good, and it was by, all these are separated by a razor thin margin. Peneftis Pestilent Plot by Brent Devos. The Prismatic Temple by Zachary Bauer, with artwork from his children, Martin and Kylene Bauer, which was very interesting, and I had an enjoyable time reading The Prismatic Temple, as well as The Frogling Who Would Be King from an international contributor, and I may mess up your name, I apologize if I do, Mihajlo Tesik, a Serbian gentleman, submitted that one. It was also a very interesting read and just great. So all of you guys, congratulations. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed reading all of your modules. Now here where we are, number 2. Second place goes to John Haig for Secret of Phineas Scion. Again, John Haig, second place, Secret of Phineas Scion. Congratulations. And that leaves number 1 for Colin Richards with his submission, Chaos in the Marsh of Madness. So you are the winner, sir. My hat's off to you. Congratulations. Well done. You are the first winner of the GaryCon 13 Crucible. So again, thank you to every single one of you who submitted a module. Tip of the hat to you. But now stay tuned, grab a snack, relax, make sure you're ready, because we have a big game coming up with Andrew Cosby running charity D&D game called High Plains Drifters. I'm lucky enough to be playing in that, along with actor David Harbour, Deborah Ann Wool, Matthew Lillard, and Alicia Marie, of course. So get ready, it's going to be crazy, and hopefully we're going to raise a lot of money for Extra Life and help out sick kids. Again, thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of GaryCon 13. We sure do appreciate it. Hello, everybody. It's me, Luke Gygax, your host at GaryCon 13. And I'm here right now to talk to you about the winner of the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award for 2021. It is my pleasure to announce that the artist Jeff Easley, a good friend of GaryCon, is the winner of the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we are unable to have Jeff here in person, obviously with me or in Lake Geneva together, but I was lucky enough to have my brother Ernie and my sister Heidi present Jeff with the award, and we do have that video, which I'll show you shortly. For those of you who may not be as familiar with Jeff's work, he was born in 1954 in Kentucky and actually began his career freelancing for Creepy Magazine, Eerie Magazine, Vampirella Magazine, and doing some work with Marvel as well. In fact, I think he even did like a Conan cover, and that was something he was very excited about in his early work. He met a fellow Kentuckian who I know well and am a huge fan of too, Larry Elmore. And when Jeff found out that Larry was leaving Fort Knox to go to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin to work for TSR, he inquired and found out that there was an opportunity for him there as well. And so Jeff and Larry ended up in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin together as part of one of the strongest art teams in the golden age of RPGs, in my opinion anyway. They were working together with guys like Keith Parkinson, Brom, and Clyde Caldwell. Just a solid A team of amazing artists. And Jeff did a ton of cool stuff. But his first job was actually drawing gemstones, I think, on the spines of some Endless Quest books. But he moved up to interior art on my favorite module, The Lost Caverns of Sajkanth. And then, of course, he was earned his chops. He did his time, and he got covers for the Player's Handbook, DMG, Tome of Magic. He redid a Gamma World cover, Dragonlance calendars, as well as when TSR went to Wizards of the Coast, he did 49 different Magic cards. And in 2006, he even did the album cover for Rhapsody of Fire, an Italian metal band. So Jeff's art has been everywhere, including the artwork that he has done for GaryCon. So Jeff was the first person that we commissioned to do art for GaryCon. So I had no idea what I was doing, and he was very nice. So GaryCon 3, the GaryCon Wizard, as I like to call him, that's a Jeff Easley original piece of work. This one was the first piece of art I ever had commissioned. It's the GaryCon 4 artwork with a dragon and a wizard flying in midair and fighting. That was the first piece of art direction I ever did, so I was lucky enough to work with Jeff Easley on that. And then he did our GaryCon 5 artwork, GaryCon 6 artwork, and finally, GaryCon 7 artwork. So I would say that Jeff Easley is a huge part of the art legacy in GaryCon, and I'm very appreciative for that. And his work is fantastic. I do have just a couple pieces of his artwork that I would like to share with you guys. Let's see if I can make this work. I'll share my screen and bring it up. All right. So there we go. There's Jeff, the man himself. And that's the cover of Unearthed Arcana, which Jeff did. And in fact, that was the inspiration for Empire of Imagination, the cover on the autobiography, or correction, the biography of my father, written by Michael Whitwer. The Dungeoneer Survival Guide, I believe that was by Doug Niles, a high school teacher at Clinton, Wisconsin, who talked to my sister Heidi, ended up getting an introduction to my father and earning a job at TSR. It's funny how that works, small world. Unearthed Arcana, that was one of my favorites, and gosh, I think it was one of the early and certainly most popular works that addressed other than sort of your European-centric fantasy games. I love playing Oriental Adventures, and I really enjoyed that with my friends in 9th grade, I think, is when that came out. We played the heck out of it. And there is the GaryCon Wizard, and the last piece from GaryCon 7. So yeah, Jeff has done just an amazing amount of stuff for GaryCon. It's really great. I'm very, very pleased to have him as a member of that elite group of folks who have earned the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award. There's not too many of them. So he joins James Ward, Tim Kask, Margaret Weiss, Larry Elmore, and last year was Tom Wam. So those are the winners of the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award. Let's see if I can share my screen one more time. Let's see if I can do that for you here and show you the video.
On behalf of GaryCon, we'd like to present you with the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award to Jeff Easley for your fabulous contribution to your talents that you've contributed all these beautiful pieces of art to the industry over all these years, and really increased the value and attracted a lot of people to the industry. Ernie, did you want to say anything as well?
Thank you so much for bringing these treasures to us that we all get to share.
So there you have it, Jeff Easley getting the Gary Gygax Lifetime Achievement Award. Such an honor, so well deserved. Thank you very much, Jeff, and I look forward to seeing you in Lake Geneva at GaryCon 14. But now it's time for you guys to get ready. We have coming up shortly here a special Saturday night feature, our charity D&D game with DM Andrew Cosby, who will be guiding David Harbour Deborah Ann Wool, Matthew Lillard, Alicia Murray, and myself on a Spelljammer adventure. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.